Carl Schurz, President Andrew Johnson's envoy to investigate conditions within the southern states, made yet another assessment of the coming race war by advising that a Negro insurrection was not probable as long as the freedmen were assured of the direct protection of the national government. Whenever they are in trouble, they raise their eyes up to that power, and although they may suffer, yet as long that power is visibly present, they continue to hope. But when state authority in the South is fully restored, the federal forces withdrawn, and the Freedmen's Bureau abolished, the colored man will find himself turned over to the mercies of those whom he does not trust. If then an attempt is made to strip him again of those rights which he justly thought he possessed, he will be apt to feel that he can hope for no redress unless he procure it himself. If ever the Negro is capable of rising, he will rise then. Men who never struck a blow for the purpose of gaining their liberty, when they were slaves, are apt to strike when their liberty once gained, they see it again in danger. However great the patience and submissiveness of the colored race may be, it cannot be. 152. Presume that its active participation in a war against the very men with whom it again stands face to face, has remained entirely without influence upon its spirit. Not wanting to speculate on the outcome and/or political implications of an insurrection by blacks and the responding efforts by the government to suppress it, Schurz admittedly agreed that it would inflict terrible calamities upon both whites and blacks, and present to the world the spectacle of atrocities which ought to be foreign to civilized nations. Yet, he added, any conclusion that questioned whites' eventual dominance was unthinkable. In his view, the Negro, in his ordinary state, is docile and good-natured, and only when disturbed will he become engaged in a bloody business. It is difficult to say how far his hot impulses would carry him. As for Southern whites, Schurz opined that one simply had to review their already contentious nature to understand the extent they would resist any insurrection by blacks. Out of necessity it would be a war of extermination, revolting in its incidents, and with ruin and desolation in its train for both races. A somewhat opposing view was pursued by jaded editors in newspapers such as the Freeman's Press, a Republican-oriented tabloid started 3 years after the Civil War in Austin, Texas. Wearily, the editors commented that continual talk about race wars, and claims of Negro insurrection had been overblown harmless bugaboos of the Old South for half a century. The real question, they maintained, was not an immediate or even possible insurrection by freedmen, but what is to become of the mixed bloods, to which side will they gravitate in any bloody struggle for power? Whether the issue of mixed bloods was truly a significant political factor is debatable. However, the continued existence of Republican institutions such as the Union Leagues and Freedmen Bureau in recalcitrant Democratic states such as Texas was an important issue for most Southern whites. Instinctively they realized that because these institutions were instructing blacks on the importance of being organized, disciplined, and secretive, the interest of whites was being undermined. Conversely, these same traits, when exemplified by the Ku Klux or similarly constituted organizations, were understood to be necessary characteristics for political survival and development. Rumblings of resistance. In August 1868, the editors of the Freeman's Press concluded that in a free country, secretive organizations were not needed, and in fact were undesirable if individual liberty was sacrosanct. However, the editorial went on to surmise that if a society became so unlawful that basic human rights are systematically disrespected, ignored and circumvented by secret societies while civil laws were also abridged, it was then the right of Union men to organize and join together. This editorial also exclaimed that in a society saturated with all kinds of secret societies, one would be foolish not to look after their own interest. We believe every patriotic man who is wrong to see the terrible and dangerous condition of our country, well acknowledge that the patriotic society known as the Union League is not only a necessity, but a blessing to the recently enfranchised colored men. 35 Established in the North during early years of the Civil War and eventually southward after the war, the Union Leagues of America were an outgrowth of Northern Republican intent to establish a series of political clubs throughout the Black Belt communities of the 153. South. In South Carolina, some 88 chapters were spread throughout the black communities. Degree as in other southern states, they rapidly became a network of radical Republican political clubs that were organized to challenge entrenched white terrorism and the Democratic Party's reluctance to accept the ex-slaves' inclusion and enfranchisement as citizens. In a time when group affiliations among blacks were becoming increasingly important to their sense of self-esteem, local rural churches in alliance with Union League chapters generally acted as the connective tissue for community development. It bound local folk to organizations who in turn attempted to express and resolve those immediate crises that individuals by themselves felt helpless to resolve. It gave those who were ex-slaves a sense of empowerment to overcome their present crisis. And though the leagues increasingly provided blacks with a psychological umbrella, their emergence began to rival the Southern Black Church as a center for social activity. Membership in the Union League of America was generally high by the black community, though it maintained the trapping of a secretive organization. However, while advertisements in black-owned newspapers requesting freedmen to join a variety of organizations suggested the emergence of strong community-based organizations that were separate and apart from the League. As early as 1866, it was common to see American Samoa shown below, special notices columns in black newspapers advertising organizations who, while not outwardly militant, were organized and most important had overlapping memberships with those groups who were armed. While elaborate organizational rituals and passwords were developed to keep their meetings free from spies, a major effort was made to help its most timid members feel secure within the League. Appealing to a sense of group loyalty, allegiances were consummated through elaborate rituals and a multiplicity of officers with badges and sashes. These clubs also provided political banquets and barbecues, and arranged political processions that were most attractive to the freedmen and annoying to the white Democrats. These activities involved wearing of sashes and badges, the building of floats, and the loud beating of drums. At a night parade in Holly Springs, the Negroes wore red oilcloth caps with red feathers, red sashes, and enormous red and blue badges. Torches and transparencies completed the equipment. At a barbecue in Lawrence County, the members of the League formed into a large procession and marched in double file around the courthouse and under a cross of blue cloth, bowing as they passed beneath it. Needless to say, efforts by Democrats and otherwise conservative whites to destroy the Leagues were persistent, and once the leadership of a local club was identified, there were attempts to either kill or drive them from the state. Furthermore, demonstrations of this sort caused many whites to feel that time-honored social mores of blacks' deference toward them were being violated, and as such, would eventually lead to a more violent interaction between the races. In fact, some historians have concluded that the Union Leagues were disliked more than the Freedmen's Bureau due to their clandestine meetings and mysterious initiation rites. For sure, in the hostile social environment which was Reconstruction, any word that a growing number of organized blacks were able and willing to not only defend themselves but pursue political and economic goals by aggressive armed action, simply inflamed the imagination of an already frightened white populace. An example, a published description of a 1877 Union League meeting did little to relieve white Mississippians' fear about blacks' political designs. It was in these secret meetings that the fabulous tales of 40 acres and a mule originated, and confiscation ideas made some of the leading subjects for discussion. Lands were apportioned by imagination, and fine rebel mansions seized by hope. Gentlemen of African descent saw themselves rear back with all the pomp and dignity of princes in their old masters' carriages. Civil rights bills were to be passed by Congress, that would allow them to occupy front seats in white churches, sit at the same table with their former masters, and be respected with all the modern civilities in their parlor and drawing rooms. Whether the issue was their right to walk on sidewalks rather than being forced to the middle of the road, or one's use of the franchise, efforts to intimidate blacks into submission exploded in the streets, the fields, and the legislative houses all throughout the South. In black communities, both in the cities and in the countryside, men and women who had been slaves only 2, 3, and 4 years earlier reenacted some of the scenes of the American Revolution. Long lines of them, preceded by fife and drum and an American flag, marched to the polls to vote for delegates to new state governments and in Congress. Black men organized under the Republican Party banner and the Union League. On Election Day in 1868 in Appling County, Georgia, out of a necessity to protect themselves from attack, approximately 100 black men armed with rifles, pistols, and clubs arrived at the county seat after a 12-mile walk to cast their votes for a Republican candidate. Without this show of arms, they never would have been allowed to approach the voting office to implement their newly acquired franchise. Similarly, in Yazoo, Mississippi, racial oppression was so rampant that it was hazardous for blacks to wear Grant and Colfax buttons. And even when some were beaten and stripped of the buttons, they still insisted on wearing them at all costs, for failure to do so meant almost 155. Voluntary return to slavery. Some women walked 20 or 30 miles into town to get a button and wear it openly, in defiance of their husband's advice. In spite of this defiance, blacks in Yazoo were not allowed to walk on sidewalks, but only in the middle of the street where other niggers go. For whites, this was a formality to be recognized and honored on every level when it came to blacks. *degree notwithstanding Southern Maoris, the Richmond Planet reported many Mississippian blacks were no longer intimidated by or respectful of Southern white etiquette, and on an increasing number of occasions, as in Utica, Mississippi, violently resisted what they considered to be odious restrictions. A terrible tragedy occurred at Utica, Mississippi, Sunday 12th INST. It seems that a white man, named Beverly Robinson, was escorting a white lady, and Bob Broom, colored, was escorting some colored ladies. It was said that Robinson was forced from the sidewalk. Later the white man accompanied by their friends attacked Broom, who was also accompanied by his friends. This colored party were prepared for them and fired, killing Dr. Holliday and wounding Frank Wallace and Armand White, all white. Of course it is claimed that the attack was sudden and no resistance was made by the whites. They ran as they would generally do if they received their just deserts oftener. Broom of course was found guilty and a band of 200 men took him out and hanged him in a cemetery yard. The other colored men escaped. It is this kind of dealing with Southern Bourbons that will bring about a change. We must have martyrs, and we place the name of the fearless Broom on that list. *degree. Racial violence on the streets of Utica, Mississippi, was symptomatic of the freedmen's rejection of a world in which their personal esteem and self-fulfillment was continually threatened and when possible curtailed. Similarly, demonstrations by freedmen for parity either in the workplace or in the public arena was immediately attacked and ridiculed, while both privately and publicly condemnation of them as Americans was automatic and expected. For many freedmen, Republicans, and indigenous people, few alternatives for an honorable lifestyle without armed resistance were available. This fact was highlighted in Robeson County, North Carolina, with the exploits of a racially diverse band of guerrilla fighters led by a Lumbee Indian, Henry Berry Lowry. Well known for successful exploits in fighting Klansmen and federal troops alike from 1867 to 1874, Lowry was often referred to as the Robin Hood of Robeson County. Exhibiting a total disregard for reputed Klansmen, Democrats, and white or black conservatives, Lowry and his raiders dramatically challenged existing notions of white racial superiority by utilizing armed guerrilla attacks from bases deeply secured in North Carolina's Dismal Swamp region. His exploits are described in the next chapter. Organized resistance. They are distributing arms, Winchester rifles, all through the South now, and it is their intention to put a rifle into the hands of every white man who is a Democrat, and to carry the election in South Carolina in 1872 by the bullet and the dagger of the assassin. The New National Era, February 9, 1871. The Henry Berry Lowry Raiders. Concerns by conservative whites about a coming race war in South Carolina were continually heightened by fears that the black population not only in South Carolina but throughout the South would eventually seek a more organized and forceful response to violent abuses being waging against them by organizations such as the Red Shirts, the Brotherhood, the Knights of the White Camellia, and the Innocents. This is exactly what occurred by the early 1870s when an armed anti-Klan force of Lumbee Indians, whites, and blacks under the leadership of Henry Berry Lowry banded together to wage a guerrilla war in Robeson County, North Carolina, against the Ku Klux Klan and its supporters. Portrayed in both the black and white newspapers as the son of a full-blooded Indian and a mulatto woman, Lowry and his companions were identified in newspapers from North Carolina to New York as a prime example of a spreading reign of terror that was sweeping throughout the South. A few newspaper accounts, however, depicted Lowry and his fellow raiders as Robin Hood prototypes who, after being harassed by hostile governing forces, sought refuge in an inaccessible area of the country, the Dismal Swamp area near Lumberton. Though the similarity between the English folk hero of Sherwood Forest and an American bandit suggests more than a bit of reality, Lowry and his band of guerrilla fighters were viewed by many blacks and Lumbees as upholders of justice during a period when extreme judicial and political violence appeared to rule the day. During the early years of Reconstruction, rioting and murder of blacks by whites in cities such as Memphis and New Orleans in 1866, New Orleans and Street Landry, Louisiana. 156. In 1868 and Camilla, Georgia, in 1868 undoubtedly convinced many Southern blacks and certainly some indigenous groups that only by establishing an effective violent response to terrorist gangs such as the Klan could any semblance of order be established. Ironically, the social context from which armed anti-Klan groups such as the Lowry Raiders emerged was not only the end result of compelling political analysis by disparate political entities who concluded that armed resistance to terrorism was possible, but that any such resistance simply underscored the federal government's inability or lack of desire to do so. With this said, the emergence of Lowry's Raiders as an effective guerrilla force was a natural and direct response to centuries-long white racial privileges. Birth of a legend. Descriptions of Lowry's personality are varied and mythical. One biographer described the muscular Lumbee and his fellow raiders as being courteous bandits, who were restrained while conducting highway robberies, even to the extent that if it was apparent that their victims could not afford a total loss of possessions, they then sought a negotiated settlement. Legend asserts that often receipts were given, thereby exempting their prey from any further robbery for a specified period of time. Though his benevolent demeanor is suggestive of a cavalier nature, it in no manner diminished the violent context from which Lowry and his fellow raiders emerged. In 1909, another chronicler of 19th-century North Carolina history described Lowry as a 26-year-old who, having a easy smile generally playing over his countenance when quiet but when aroused was a smile of a demon. He was said to wear a dark goatee, with his hair straight back and black like a Indian's. Being 5 feet 10 inches high, and weighing about 150 pounds, physically he was well-knit, straight-backed, with arms and shoulders fitting on a deep, broad chest not reflecting any flaw in his frame. In brief, the writer claimed he was like an India rubber ball, he was elastic all over. There is also the hint that when he converses, he talks like an illiterate man, conversant with no books except of nature, and human nature, and that in his dress he was rather careless and negligent. He generally wore calfskin boots, a woolen frock coat or blouse, breeches or trousers of the same material, i.e., mostly Salem or Kentucky jeans, with a wide-brimmed felt hat. A somewhat less quixotic but still interesting description of Lowry was that of a coon hunter. Registered the Lumberton Robesonian gave its readers a glance of his cool countenance when it reported that we learned that on Monday morning last Mr. Oakley McNeil, residing near Scuffletown, in this county, was out before day coon hunting. About daylight his dog treed, and Mr. McNeil was proceeding to the spot for the purpose of securing the game, when he heard someone walking through the darkness in the same direction. Supposing this person to be one of the outlaws, Mr. McNeil became alarmed and retired. Having occasion, soon after breakfast, to go to Moss Neck Depot, Mr. McNeil was sitting on the platform at the depot conversing with one or two gentlemen who were present, when suddenly the notorious outlaw, Henry Berry Lowry, made his appearance, bearing in his hand a dead coon, which he presented to McNeil, saying that, as it was treed by his dog, the game rightfully belonged to him. The outlaw then asked Mr. McNeil to lend the dog to him for a short time, as he 158 wished to engage in the sport of coon hunting. Mr. McNeil declined to lend the dog, as he expected to use him himself for the same purpose, but informed the outlaw that he had another dog at home equally good for coons, which he thought would follow him, and which he would be willing to lend. After a little further conversation, the outlaw bade Mr. McNeil and friend a good morning, and sauntered leisurely away. However, another contemporary of Lowry described him in a manner more characteristic of one skilled in the art of guerrilla warfare. In regard to his arms, a belt around his waist kept in place 5 6-barreled revolvers, long shooters. From this belt a shoulder strap passes up and supports behind, slinging style, a Henry rifle, which carries the extraordinary number of 16 cartridges. In addition to Theseus' 52 charges, he carried a long blade knife and a double-barreled shotgun, his whole equipment weighing not less than 80 pounds. His main object in thus equipping himself was doubtless to stand a long campaign, or to be ready with almost an arsenal at his command. With all his armor on, he could run, swim, stand weeks of exposure in the swamps, walk day and night, and take sleep by little snatches, which in a few days would tire out white or Negro. Being fond of blood, he has waged for the past 10 years a savage predatory warfare against the county, state, Confederate and United States authority. Without advantages other than nature gave him, without fear, without hope, defying society, he carried out his tactics in a peculiar way, impressing the whole population with his superiority, power, and influence as a brigand leader and executive spirit registered. Born near Pembroke, North Carolina, Lowry was of mixed Lumbee, African, and Scottish ancestry. His great-grandfather was a major landholder and Methodist supporter of the Whigs during the American Revolution. This political stance placed him in immediate opposition to his Tory or Loyalist neighbors, and led to some level of conflict throughout the war. Similarly, during Andrew Jackson's presidency, the Lowry family had problems with the federal government as Jackson pursued a forced removal policy of native peoples from southeastern states to western territories beyond the Mississippi River. Those who stayed or refused to move, such as the Lowry family, found themselves with diminished social and civil rights that placed them barely above the status of the enslaved Africans. As one historian put it, piecemeal they had lost their lands, their civil rights, and their social status. Now at last the line that separated the brown-skinned labor conscript from the black-skinned Negro slave must have seemed a subtle legal distinction indeed. With the beginning of the Civil War, Confederate forces began to impress indigenous labor for the construction of forts around the mouth of the Cape Fear River complex in North Carolina. This decree was implemented due to a yellow fever epidemic that sent most poor white laborers and plantation owners fleeing inland or northward for higher and healthier ground. When it was suggested that the enslaved population as well as local indigenous population might be used for this work, planters complained that use of slaves in this manner would strip an already limited labor force from the production of needed food supplies from plantations if the South was going to fight an effective war with any chance of winning. Exposing their property to this deadly diseases would be financial irresponsible. Eluding the Confederate government's dragnet for conscripted labor, Lowry joined a group of Lumbee runaways led by his older brother, William. Hiding in the vast dismal swamp, these runaways were eventually viewed more seriously by Confederate forces as an unmanageable and seditious Lowry band. Throughout the latter months of the Civil War, Lowry's band of runaways began to demonstrate their effectiveness as an anti-Confederate guerrillas force that actively assisted escaping Federal soldiers and officers from a nearby rebel prison camp in Florence, South Carolina. In a short time, the guerrilla force had expanded enough to make armed attack against the local Confederate Home Guard. They became so effective that the region became a pro-Union enclave in North Carolina. As one of the youngest members of the guerrilla band, Henry attracted attention to himself by first assassinating a Confederate postmaster who was also serving as a scout for the Home Guard, and then killing a conscription officer who had recently killed 3 of his first cousins in the spring of 1865. With the war's end just a few months away, Lowry's father, Allen Lowry, and his two brothers, William and Sinclair, were captured, charged and tried by a Confederate military tribunal in Robeson County for stealing produce from a local farmer, Bob Mackenzie. The items in question were hog meat that was previously placed in shocks of corn by a slave at Mackenzie's home, and a bolt of cloth that Mackenzie claimed was purchased in Wilmington. Convicted without the opportunity to testify in their own behalf, both Allen and his sons were sentenced to be shot. Though apparently charges of thievery in a time of war was employed as the rationale for conducting a military tribunal, a more probable reason for this trial was the group's violation of conscription laws and suspected support for harboring Union soldiers. In any case, Sinclair was released and Allen and William Lowry were led outside the courtroom in military fashion by the local home guard. They were forced to dig their own graves, stand in front of them, and then were summarily shot. However, the graves were not dug wide or deep enough, so a local militiaman was told to jump on top of the bodies to make them fit in the graves. Hiding about 50 yards away in nearby bushes, Henry observed this entire episode while the rest of the family was locked in Mackenzie's smokehouse. Returning later that night to his father and uncle's grave, and with the vivid recollection of their murder and desecration just hours earlier by Confederate home guards, Henry swore that every person involved in this murder would come to the same fate. Though the bodies were later reburied in family plot, vengeance was utmost in Henry's mind. The following morning, March 6, 1865, the bodies of William and Allen were dug up, washed and prepared for a traditional burial. The divide between tolerance and war had now disappeared. From this moment on, the Lowry Band was no longer simply resisting conscription, they were now at war with the Confederacy. In a series of daring attacks on the Robeson County Courthouse in Lumberton, they were able to secure guns and ammunition that were used on raids against prosperous pro-secessionist planters throughout the county. 6 years later, in October 1871, a New York Times article alerted the public with a brief description of a North Carolinian outlaw who had survived the Civil War and was successfully defying both state and federal attempts to curtail his attacks against the Ku Klux Klan supporters and conservative Republicans. The name Henry Berry Lowry was fast becoming synonymous with armed resistance among the Lumbee people, African Americans, as well as some poor whites. Fascinated by the bravado and daringness of Lowry's armed attacks against conservative Democrats, Klansmen, North Carolina's militia and federal troops, both northern and southern newspapers supplied the public with continuous 160 updates and details of what was quickly becoming a war of resistance by Lumbees, African Americans, and any sympathetic whites throughout North Carolina. In a republished article from the Washington Chronicle in the New York Times titled "Lowry and His Gang, the Authorities Defied Pursuit by the Soldiers," resistance against the Klan and its supporters largely in Robeson County is described in simplistic terms that essentially criminalizes their actions as acts by a gang of outlaws. Underscoring an ability of the Lowry Gang to defy capture by both state and federal troops for several years, the article ignored essential issues for the resistance: Lowry's abhorrence for corrupt Republican officials and North Carolina's black codes. Readers are instead given a biographical description of Lowry as a kind of colorful criminal, who was primarily motivated by a blood vendetta. During the war, in 1862, Allen Lowry, said to be a full-blooded Indian, residing in the little village of Scuffletown, and a son of his were murdered by Confederate troops, the charge being that of harboring rebel deserters and federal soldiers. Lowry's wife was a bright mulatto woman, by whom he had 8 sons. One of these, Henry Berry Lowry, though but 15 years of age when his father was shot, swore he would avenge the death of parent and brother. Henry was charged soon after with killing a man named Barnes, for which he was tried and sentenced to be hanged. He broke out of jail, but was subsequently arrested and lodged in irons in the prison at Whitesville, Columbus County. From this he effected his escape also and fled to the woods, where he has remained till the present day. A year after the surrender, a party of disguised men killed Sheriff King of Lumberton, and robbed him of a large sum of money. Lowry and several former associates were suspected of the crime. Some of those suspected were caught and hung by a mob, others fled to the woods and joined Lowry to avoid punishment. The band now consists of Henry Barry Lowry the leader, Stephen L. Lowry, Thomas Lowry, Boss Strong, Andrew Strong, and George Applewhite and 2 or 3 others. Several efforts have been made to capture them, but have proved ineffectual. A number of persons engaged in hunting the outlaws have been shot, and a terrible state of affairs exists in the county because of their depredations. In the spring of last year a company of militia surrounded the gang near Scuffletown, and found all of them drunk but Lowry and Applewhite. The company fired upon them, and Applewhite was wounded and fell. Lowry roused his men, returned the fire with his right arm, and bore Applewhite, the wounded man, off on his left, and they all escaped. Lowry, it is said, wears a belt with several knives and pistols, carries a double-barrel gun on each side, and a carbine that shoots 16 balls, in his hand. His men are all armed well, and provided with a supply of ammunition. Scuffletown is an old settlement of Indians and free Negroes. The population of 10 square miles exceeds 4,000 people. It is thought that many of the residents are in sympathy with the outlaws, and lend them assistance and provide food and ammunition. The majority of these people, however, it is stated are as anxious to effect the capture of these desperados as the community generally can be. Last summer the authorities of Robeson County, suspecting that the relatives of the gang were harboring them, and knew of their whereabouts, proceeded to Lumberton. On the way the outlaws fired upon the sheriff's posse, killing 3 and wounding another severely. Failing to effect the release of his family, Lowry sent a message to Lumberton, stating that he would give the sheriff till 10 o'clock the following day to release them, and if this was not done he would drench the county in blood. The order was obeyed by the authorities, and the women and children returned to Scuffletown. 161. The next outrage committed by Lowry was the murder of Mr. Lucas, a few days ago. The band has perpetrated several depredations of late and defy the authorities. These desperados are determined never to be taken alive by the authorities. Lowry, it is said, swears he will spill his blood near or upon the spot his father shed his own. They prowl about the country, often in open day, and prey upon the people. Many citizens of Robeson have seen and conversed with Lowry and other members of his gang, and demanded a breakfast, dinner, or supper, and the demand is generally granted. Lowry says all he asks is to be let alone. He knows he will be shot or hung if caught, and he will harm no one that does not harm him or his associates. Members of both political parties are active in lending the authorities assistance to capture the band. Aoit. Gen. Gorman, of this state, is now in Robeson County and has a detachment of United States soldiers, with a company of militia, engaged in hunting the gang. It is hardly probably that they can be captured until winter, and then not until they are frozen, starved, or driven out of that section of the country. Attempts by the local sheriff or county militia could neither abate attacks by Lowry's raiders nor effectively keep him or his compatriots in jail once captured. A noted example of this occurred years earlier during Lowry's marriage ceremony to Rhoda Strong on December 17, 1865. In the presence of several hundred wedding guests, Lowry was arrested by former members of the Confederate Home Guard who 8 months after the Civil War were reconstituted as the county militia. Accused with killing James Barnes, who once served as a scout for the Confederate militia, Lowry was taken to and jailed in Whiteville, North Carolina, where in a short period of time friends were able to smuggle in a file that allowed him to escape. Conservative Republican Governor Jonathan Worth was so enraged when he learned of Lowry's escape that he offered a $300 reward for his capture, dead or alive. Faced with an ever-growing anger by local whites, particularly those associated with the militia, Lowry and his compatriots concluded that they either had to surrender to the local authorities and negotiate a reconciliation or resume resistance activities that were perfected during the war. They choose the latter. Northern newspaper accounts reporting on the phenomena of armed Negro, Quadroon and Indian resistance in North Carolina generally highlighted the outlaw aspects of anti-Klan attacks. North Carolinian newspapers on the other hand tended to discuss the Lowry gang success from a trickery perspective, rather than emphasizing the guerrillas' apparent military skill. In addition, many Northerners were troubled by Lowry's successful resistance occurring at a time when congressional investigations into Ku Klux Klan outrages throughout South Carolina, Georgia, and North Carolina were also convening. In fact, newspaper accounts describing violent attacks against blacks and Republicans by groups similar in philosophy with the Ku Klux also vied for newspaper space with articles depicting the war against native tribes in Western Plains, and while both conservative Republican and Democratic pragmatists concluded these accounts of resistance to either Klan terrorism or the Indian Wars needed to be closely monitored, an important issue to resolve was which form of resistance to white hegemony and authority was least tolerable. For most Southern white Americans the issue was unquestionably clear. By characterizing Southern blacks and Native Americans as outlaws and bandits, the issue of political control was simplified to a workable axiom: open resistance to white American hegemony was indisputable evidence of lawlessness, sedition, and criminal intent or behavior. As a 162 consequence, any propagation of defensive violence against the state or its designated officials justified in the minds of Southern conservative elements the need to regulate these unstable social elements by any means necessary. Similarly, punitive measures by extra-legal organizations such as the Ku Klux, the Knights of the White Camellia, and the Brotherhood, no matter how disagreeable or criminal, were viewed just as necessary in the South as the U.S. cavalry's pacification efforts were in the Western Plains. In this regard, Missouri's Democratic Party leader Frank Blair and candidate for vice president on the Horatio Seymour ticket in 1868 expressed the sentiments of many when on a campaign tour he stated that whites should be allowed to reorganize the government, eliminate the Reconstruction Act of 1867, and rid themselves of a semi-barbarous race of blacks who are worshippers of fetishes, and polygamists, who if given the opportunity would subject the white women to their unbridled lust. Though his statement was later condemned by Republicans as treason, Blair undoubtedly felt neither threatened nor uncomfortable in expressing these sentiments among his colleagues. However, for federal troops and North Carolina state militia, Lowry's raiders could not be rationalized away with vehement proclamations or rousing politically inspired campaigns, as one lengthy article in the November 1, 1871, New York Times explained. Matters at last reached such a pass that Gov. Caldwell ordered out the militia of the county, supplied them with arms and ammunition, and put them on a war footing, under command of Adjutant General Gorman, of the state forces. A large number of United States troops then in North Carolina for the suppression of the Ku Klux Klan outrages, the governor applied for 2 companies to aid in the capture of Lowry and his band. These were furnished, and on or about the east of August last the united commands were moved into Robeson County, fully determined either to make prisoners of the famous outlaws or to exterminate them. During the past 3 months, the exploits of the Lowrys are declared to have been more imprudent and numerous than ever. One day Lowry appeared alone in a bateau in Lumber River, and rode directly into the presence of a detachment of United States troops, who were encamped on the bank. The soldiers began to fire upon him, but Lowry promptly laid down in the boat in such a manner as to careen her over, and present her bottom to his foes, and thus protected deliberately paddled himself out of danger. On another occasion, this audacious ruffian, who seems to have quite a humorous turn, actually made his solitary way into a militia camp by night, cut his name on the stock of a musket, and left a complimentary note for Gen. Gorman, to the effect that his, i.e., Lowry's inspection of the camp had been most satisfactory, and that the discipline was excellent. Still another time he met a squad of troops directly in the high road. They happened, by some mischance, to be unarmed, and the bandit was bristling with revolvers. He looked them coolly in the face, and walked off, unmolested, into the woods. Robeson County, North Carolina has for some time been the scene of a remarkable drama. A gang of brigands, whose lair is in the midst of almost impassable swamps, have for years carried on their depredations, and laughed at all attempts to arrest them. It is said that they have committed no fewer than 25 murders, besides other crimes, apart from their ordinary profession of robbery. Many expeditions have been formed for their capture, but they have ended, in each case, with humiliating failure. Of course there are reasons for this singular state of things. In the first place, the men are half-breeds, or rather from descriptions, we should say quadroons, and are connected by blood and sympathy with most of the population that immediately surrounds them. Again, the nature of the country favors their lawless proceedings in an extraordinary manner. Their retreat lies among swamps and islands, and to penetrate either even for a friendly purpose would be extremely difficult. It is said, too, that all preparations for their capture by officers of the law or soldiers have been speedily telegraphed to the bandits by signals known only to the initiated. To this is attributed the invariable defeat of every attempt to surprise them. Even these exploits, dazzling as they may seem, have since been outdone. We are now informed, on the authority of the North Carolina press, and subsequently on that of Gen. Gorman, that Lowry sent a letter to Gorman proposing a flag of truce and a personal interview. For reasons that were satisfactory to himself. The general assented, and the strange spectacle was presented of an officer in command of United States troops holding parley with a murderer and a thief, and taking into consideration, if he did not agree to terms of amicable composition. The Times article observed that accounts of what has happened since are rather conflicting. One authority declared that the military have been withdrawn, and another that the Lowry party are supposed to have eluded their vigilance and fled from the state. While the Times account of Lowry's raiders placed an emphasis on the outlaws' shrewdness, later that October 1871, North Carolina's largest daily newspaper, the Morning Star, published a letter General Gorman sent to his superior that explained in an even less magnanimous manner why his military campaign against Lowry's guerrillas was a total failure. Our operations against the outlaws were rather after the manner of hunting deer. The soldiers and citizens were mixed in small detachments and sent in the swamps and pine fields in those areas more frequented by the banditti, and especially in the vicinity of the house of the wives of the outlaws, 4 of whom are married, and 2 of whom have children. In the meantime, when Col. Wishart and myself used every means in our power to obtain definite information concerning the haunts and whereabouts, and acted promptly on the meager information we were able to obtain. We succeeded in gaining the promise from several parties to give us information, and the only times we came anywhere near running upon the outlaws was by this means. But we quickly saw our force as inadequate in numbers. It was impossible for all to leave camp at once, and the various places which should have been watched were too numerous for the small force we had at our command. Only about 20 volunteers responded to the call, and of that number only 2 or 3 were sufficiently acquainted with the outlaws to know them when they saw them, and I was in constant dread that some innocent individual would be shot in the swamps who supposedly belonged to the gang. After one trial in the swamps with this detailed militia, one became convinced that they were utterly useless for the purpose. They were given 3 days' rations, and sent out under proper guides to certain points, but on arriving at the designated points either made for the outlaws, or so much noise that their whereabouts, if the hunted were in the vicinity, were made aware of the fact, and hence could easily evade them. Many of them also, after staying not only one night, quite their comrades and either returned to camp or proceeded immediately home. Some of the militia were also placed with portions of the troops whose duty it was to drive certain swamps and bays whereat 164 was probable the outlaws were hiding, but after getting out of sight of the troops in the evergreens, quietly sat down, and let the balance of the command move on, and then returned to camp and reported that they got lost from the rest. After this attempt, I despaired of the utility of the militia, readily assented to their wish to return home to their wives in the perils of childbirth, sick children, and untended crops. There were a few exceptions to this general incompetence, but all promptly deserted us when permission was granted. After this I determined to attempt the capture of the outlaws with the available force I had of volunteers and troops, and trust to fortune and some good opportunity to lead the gang into our clutches, although I knew that it would be almost an accident if such an event happened, unless they were betrayed by some of their class, an event Col. Wishart and myself endeavored to produce. The U.S. troops were as efficient as it was possible for them to be, and Col. Mendenhall, Lieutenants Hump Hires, and Harris seemed as anxious to effect his capture as any of the volunteer force, and used every means suggested by us to that end. Many of the volunteers, however, became disheartened at the want of cooperation on the part of the citizens, and gradually abandoned the enterprise. Until during the 5th week, only 7 men, including Col. Wishart and McLean, remained with us. When this occurred, the troops and their commander became disheartened and was convinced that with only that number of volunteers, hardly sufficient to act as guides, their efforts were fruitless, and wouldn't continue. Having been sent there only when cooperation was by the citizens, I reported the state of affairs to the commanding office of the department, who ordered their recall, and thus ended the campaign. Registered. In February 1872, Lowry's raiders robbed a store in Lumberton, and instead of sequestering only food, as was their habit, they took a safe containing $22,000. Although this was the last time the Lowry band was seen in public, during the following year, members of his band were either gunned down or simply disappeared, thereby carrying to the grave secrets about Lowry's whereabouts. As time passed, rumors began to circulate as to Lowry's fate. Judged by both his enemies and admirers as a remarkable individual, imaginary tales abounded as to his fate. Detractors prayed that he was killed and devised accounts on how this occurred, while others gave credence to rumors that he escaped from Robeson County with the money obtained in the robbery, only to then drown in the swamps. Another persistent rumor claimed that he was shot accidentally by one of his own men. 65 years later, on April 2, 1937, the great-nephew of Henry Lowry, Dr. Earl C. Lowry, gave a presentation at the auditorium of the Cherokee Indian Normal School in Pembroke, where he claimed that his uncle Henry was still alive. The Wilmington Morning Star reported that Dr. Lowry claimed that Henry Berry Lowry, leader of a band of outlaws for whom rewards aggregating $18,000 at one time were offered, escaped from Robeson County in the disguise of a federal soldier, drew pay from the government for 4 years as a soldier before his discharge in Norfolk, VA. 4 years from then, he went from Norfolk to the state of Florida and is still living today at the age of 92.7. Queried by reporters as to Henry's escape from Robeson County, the nephew explained that while he would not reveal his uncle's exact location, he had few qualms about providing his interpretation of his uncle's ingenuity and skill as a guerrilla fighter. Dr. Lowry, 165, explained that by Christmas 1871, every man in the county to whom Henry had planned to administer retribution for the murder of his relatives had been killed, with the exception of 2 who fled the county and another who became unbalanced. At this point, Henry supposedly told his fellow raiders that their work had been completed and suggested that they leave the county. Deciding to remain in the Scuffletown area, Henry predicted that within 2 years all of them would be dead, a prediction that proved to be true. Sometime during this period, Henry allegedly conceived of a plan to fake his own death and escape from North Carolina. After Henry explained to his wife how unreasonable it would be for him to remain longer in Robeson County, he left her some money and then departed sometime in early 1872. Dr. Lowry then states that, short of funds, Henry Berry planned a trip to Lumberton where the safes of the sheriff's office and of Pope and McLeod were robbed of $25,000. En route home, Tom Lowry shot a rabbit, removed its drains, and dashed then out at Steve's home. A gun fired off. Henry Berry removed most of his arms and fled. A dummy of straw was placed in a pond back of the home of Steve, and it was related that Henry Berry had been killed by his own gun. Many of the curious came there and saw that dummy, but none but his mother was allowed to see the head. Lumber was obtained from a sawmill for the stated purpose of building a coffin in which to bury Henry Berry. Jesse Oxendine was employed to build the box. With the box, the remaining members of the gang went from a point near Union Chapel to the home of Peter Dial, near Harper's Ferry, where the boards were removed and made into a cart. No trace of the burial was ever found and the dummy was unstuffed, its straw thrown into a pond. Regardless of the veracity of this account, or the fact that Henry's brother, Reverend Patrick Lowry, who was a delegate to the Republican State Convention in 1872, announced that his brother and boss Strong, Henry's bodyguard and closest friend, were both dead. Unverifiable accounts placed Henry in Atlanta, New York, California, and elsewhere. Even Lowry's wife Rhoda insisted until her death in 1909 that Henry was still very much alive. Wherever truth lay in the saga of Henry Berry Lowry and his fellow raiders, one biographer was able to succinctly write: "He struggled against injustice, and he helped preserve the ethnic identity of his people." Before Lowry, the Lumbee had been poor and powerless. Regarding the Lumbee and blacks as racially inferior, whites denied them equal protection of the law. Lowry gave the Lumbee justice, and the courageous exploits of the Lowry Band instilled in the Indians a sense of pride and a confidence in their ability to control their lives. In the late 19th century, whites began to appreciate the Indian ancestry of Lumbee, although their racist attitude towards non-whites remained fixed. As late as 1874, highly descriptive accounts of suspected raids by the Lowry Gang were published in northern and southern newspapers such as the New York Times and North Carolina's Lumberton Robesonian *. These raids no doubt led to timeless accounts of Lowry's raiders as heroic if not mythic guerrilla fighters waging armed struggle against the forces of evil and racism. And though the Times and Robesonian called attention to the murderous doing of the Lowry Gang, and the seemingly inefficient tactics by General Gorman and his command to capture their nemesis, the Fayetteville Eagle was careful not to suggest that. 166. These highly successful attacks by armed non-white gangs were weakening white Democratic hegemony in North Carolina. These journals, however, warned the white populace about censorious remarks often heard on the street by dandified clerks in the city counting room who would say, "Why don't those people rise up and extirpate the Lowry Gang? If I was there, I could very easily stop this thing." 2. However, the New York Times decision to publish General Gorman's critical assessment of why Lowry's raiders were so successful, and the apparent ineffectiveness of his militia and military forces, either knowingly or not, gave a clarion call to white terrorist groups like the Ku Klux, the White League, the Knights of the White Camellia and their sympathizers that an effective new threat to white hegemony was in the making. As one astute newspaper correspondent put it, "Perhaps no people have been so scourged as the people of Robeson, nevertheless they have been abused and vilified." The dandified clerk in the city counting room would say, "Why don't those people rise up and extirpate the Lowry Gang? If I was there, I could very easily stop this thing." The stroller along the sidewalks made similar remarks. Even dignified and cautious people sometimes made censorious remarks of Robeson County. A multitude of talkers afar off from the terrible scenes enacted by this Lowry Band had this and that to say about the good people of Robeson County. Curt, petulant, and sarcastic saying passed from the mouths of bomb-proof assailants, but through it all the killings went on. Not one of the captious critics of Robeson suffered one iota in purse or person. They were afar off, although sometimes trembling. We take this opportunity, the killing of the last outlaw, to say to the country at large, what we know to be strictly true, that there is no more courageous, industrious, whole-souled people in the world than the citizens of Robeson, and all through the Lowry War, whether under the command of a United States officer, or the sheriff, they conducted themselves with the courage and a high sense of public duty. The obstacles these people had to encounter in suppressing the Lowry Gang is not a property of the bomb-proof critic or the sidewalk loafer, but it is province of truth and history to delineate these facts. Though armed political struggle by the Lumbee, African Americans, and whites in Robeson County was in many ways atypical to what the rest of Reconstruction America experienced, a socially explosive message was delivered to the nation's political pundits. It was, however, symptomatic of a repressive social environment that defined any act of resistance by non-whites as criminal insanity. In such a state of affairs, organized resistance by Southern blacks to white terrorism was traditionally underreported, minimized, or buried under a jargon of criminality. When instances of violent resistance or retaliation by blacks did occur, they had to overcome a number of encumbrances if they expected to be successful. For example, Primary among the prerequisites for a successful retaliation was that their attack had to be conducted with extreme violence, unmerciful in its implementation and swift. Furthermore, because there generally was little backup or reinforcements and reserves to rely on, two factors were critical in any armed clash with whites: the freedmen's general inability to secure an adequate number of quality weapons or sufficient ammunition for a sustained level of combat. This of course was not the case for hostile white state militias and their allied terror gangs, who were directly involved in an armed conspiracy against the freedmen and consequently had access to ammunition and weapons otherwise denied the black population. In fact, under the infamous Black Codes it was unlawful for blacks, who were not in the military and therefore not under white control, to buy or carry guns and ammunition. Degree 167. Dissimilar to the indigenous Lumbee people of North Carolina, the psychological importance of defending one's traditional lands and culture was not a part of the freedmen's rationale for resistance. Personal and group survival for eventual social integration was. Consequently, the subtle but significant disconnect between survival and traditional lands is critical, as are the differences between the political-cultural goals of assimilation and separatism. Immediate as this problem was for Southern blacks, a still more pressing problem laid at the feet of a moribund black leadership who earnestly believed that armed resistance was either hopeless or suicidal. Accommodating themselves to what they viewed as the reality of white dominance, any notion of armed resistance, regardless of those who were brutalized or killed as a result of terrorism, was out of the question. Remarking on this phenomena, historian John Hope Franklin explained, "One of the really remarkable features of the Negro leadership was the small amount of vindictiveness in their words and their actions. There was no bully, no swagger, as they took their places in the state and federal governments traditionally occupied by the white planters of the South. The spirit of conciliation pervaded most of the public utterances the Negroes made." In his first speech in the South Carolina Convention, Beverly Nash asserted that the Southern white man was the true friend of the black man. Pointing to the banner containing the words, "United we stand, divided we fall," Nash said, "If you could see the scroll of the society that banner represents, you would see the white man and the black man standing with their arms locked together, as the type of friendship and union which we desire." They made it known that while a strategy of political parity with conservative whites was essential for survival, it did not include organized self-defense units. One local leader even exclaimed to a white colonel, "I beg of you, do not leave us. You are our chief, if not our sole dependence. Stay with us, lead us and guide us." For black spokesmen who deliberated in this manner, creating a social consciousness that publicly and privately advocated armed defense of one's home and community was secondary to finding an accommodating peace with both Southern Democrats and deceptive Republican conservatives. And though this political position was fraught with weakness and naivete, many black spokesmen immediately following the Civil War maintained a view similar to that of the 1865 Virginia Convention of Colored People, which held political rights were the only critical issue in any defense of the race. Nonetheless, within 5 years, the Colored National Labor Convention had to realistically concluded that it was necessary to publicly state that the Republican Party wasn't totally interested in their political or economic domination of the South. If this wasn't problematic enough, in the face of continuous brutal attacks by white terrorist groups, Northern Army officers commanding black and white troops commonly deferred to the concerns of the allegedly disposed Southern white gentry. This obligated many Southern blacks to conclude that whites, be they military officers or conservative Republicans, were at best unreliable allies, and that the only recourse was to rely on their own abilities, resources, numbers, and a will to resist if any semblance of freedom was to be realized. 168. The Darien Insurrection. A good example of some black leaders' confusion if not antipathy on the issue of self-defense and armed retaliation to white terrorism occurred in Darien, Georgia, just a few months before the end of the 19th century. In an event that was eventually known as the Darien Insurrection, black farmers in McIntosh County demonstrated that, contrary to what many whites and some blacks wanted to believe, successful armed resistance against Klan-like groups was not only possible but probable in specific circumstances. However, as with Henry Berry Lowry and his raiders some 20 years earlier, acknowledgement of blacks' retaliation against white gangs was inconsistent and for many incomprehensible. Southerners as well as the rest of the nation were clearly more familiar with detailed newspapers' accounts about obnoxious blacks being brutalized or lynched, rather than reports indicating armed resistance or retaliation by freedmen. Yet over the 30 years since the end of the Civil War, an interesting trend was occurring. Besides the obvious warning that reports of armed resistance by blacks or indigenous people historically portended for white Americans in generals, increasingly these accounts were highly suggestive that retaliation by Southern blacks to racist provocation was more likely to occur when they had managed to obtain a strong level of economic autonomy and political mobilization. Registered this was progressively more evident in the last 2 decades of the 19th century, when relentless racial strife was punctuated throughout the South with over 100 lynchings in Georgia alone between 1881 and 1898, while terror gangs known as White Cappers in 1899 roamed the state killing and whipping blacks for a variety of alleged crimes, but not without growing or organized resistance. As a result, an examination of Georgia's coastal regions indicated that increased land ownership by blacks was indicative of a deeply entrenched economic infrastructure, social identity and a willingness to resist Klan-like attacks with retaliatory violence. Registered in attempting to explain the infrequency of gang violence against coastal blacks, one historian suggested that while Southern apologists argued it was from lingering paternalism, it was more likely a reaction to the non-passive response by coastal blacks to whites' attempts at intimidation. As one observer noted, coastal blacks retained modest political rights, a modicum of economic independence, durable community bonds, and therefore were less vulnerable to many nonviolent forms of coercion. Whites could not lightly turn to violence because they recognized they were not dealing with a cowed and impotent black population. For example, in the spring of 1896, an editorial in the Springfield Weekly Republican newspaper described an event in Manatee County, Florida, that provided evidence of blacks' success in defending themselves against white terror. Some days ago the son of the county sheriff and the son of a poor Negro quarreled, and the black was the victor in a boys' fight. Thereupon the sheriff and a number of brave whites, fully armed, went to the Negro's cabin at night and demanded that the boy be handed over to them. Knowing what would be his probable fate, the Negro refused to surrender his son. On the contrary, he seized a gun, and when the white mob fired upon the house he returned the fire and killed the sheriff. Then the whites in a rage picked up a log and rushed upon the cabin door to batter it in, and another shot from the Negro's gun killed another white man and fatally wounded a third. 169. Table 7. Black farmland ownership in coastal Georgia, 1900. Number of black total number percent of total farm owners Black farmers Bryan 144 267 53.9 Camden 403 571 70.6 Chatham IMAL 426 40.1 Glen 97 119 81.5 Liberty 793 1138 69.7 Macintosh 243 318 77.6 Total 1851 2834 65.3 Source, Federal Census, Agriculture, 1900, 68-71 Table 8 Lynchings of blacks by region and decade, Georgia, 1881-1930 Mountain Piedmont Black Belt Southern Coastal 1881 to 1895 5 2026 1 1891 to 1906 12 45 35 5 1901 to 1910 0 94 45 1911 to 1924 8 69 52 0 1921 to 1931 02 2015 AL Total 1638 195 166 13 Source, tables were adapted from Black Freedom/White Violence 1865 to 1900 by Donald Neiman, p. 31, and from the Darien Insurrection of 1899, W. Fitzhugh Brundage, pages 16 to 35. The mob retreated for reinforcements, and the Negro took his boy and gun and made off for the swamps. At last accounts he had not been captured and tortured to death, but in lieu of this, the noble and manly whites were going about the country firing into the cabins of innocent and defenseless blacks, burning up the homes of some, killing others, and ordering a general exodus of Negroes, threatening a boycott on employers of labor who would not discharge their Negro help. Degree. In July 1899, racial violence exploded in Darien when Matilda Ann Hope, a young white woman, swore to an affidavit that charged her black neighbor, Henry Dealey of raping her during the previous winter, thus causing her to give birth to a black child. Hearing of the charge, Dealey turned himself into the authorities and pleaded innocent to the charges. Though many residents in the area tended to discount Hope's charges, the reality was that under such a situation, Delegle's life was under imminent danger. The county sheriff, Thomas Blount, decided that by moving Dealey to Savannah, he would ensure that his prisoner received a trial, and not the vengeance of a mob. However, an armed group of Darien blacks prohibited this from happening, arguing that any attempt to move Dealey would simply ensure that he would be killed en route by racist gangs. African American fears in this regard were not misguided. From 1880 to 1930, 118 of 453 lynching victims in Georgia occurred while the prisoner was in transit to jail. The 170. Savannah Morning News went so far as to admit that safekeeping by the authorities of black prisoners meant death to the accused on a swing limb somewhere between Darien and Savannah. To ensure that this would not happen, a group of blacks from Darien organized themselves into a protective militia to protect Dealey against any incursions by white mobs. Taking up defensive positions outside the jail, they let it be known that neither a white mob nor the sheriff would move the prisoner without an armed fight. Representing a cross-section of the black populace in McIntosh County, landowning families, day laborers, sawmill workers and domestic servants saw in Dealey themselves, and acting in a collective spirit to protect him demonstrated a determination to safeguard their fellow kinsmen and by implication their own political and economic independence. As the Savannah Morning News commented, some of the best farms are owned by the Negroes themselves. It is known among the Negroes that should a prolonged difficulty with the whites occur, the black men would have sufficient food to sustain them supplied from the farms either by black owners or tenants. The paper also noted that, coastal blacks had become perfectly independent of the white man. Darien had a population of approximately 1,700 people, of which approximately 1,000 were blacks. Having a high level of economic wherewithal, Darien blacks were able to support a nascent but vocal political machine in McIntosh County that began under the tutelage of Tunis G. Campbell. Described derogatively by whites as a black carpetbagger, Campbell laid the foundation for political activism and racial cooperation organization that eventually provided the model for active resistance to white extremists and terrorists. His efforts bore fruit on August 22, 1899, when as a result of a previous agreed-on signal, the ringing of the Baptist church bell summoned over 100 armed blacks to Darien's jail to protect Dealey. Intimated by their presence, the Darien Dragons, a local conservative white militia, remained out of sight, but did wire Georgia Governor Allen D. Chandler to send state militia troops as quickly as possible. Chandler immediately ordered up 200 men and 6 officers of the state militia, 1st Infantry Regiment. Told that an imminent race war was in the making, the train traveled at a furious pace, exceeding a mile a minute for much of the trip, delivered the troops to Darien shortly after dusk on the same day. When the state troopers arrived, they immediately assessed the presence of an armed black militia surrounding the jail, however neither side fired. Once the black farmers were assured that Dealey would not be lynched by a white mob, they consented to the state guards transporting the prisoner to Savannah. This highly sensitive confrontation would have terminated peacefully had it not been for the bruised feelings of the local white inhabitants and authorities who felt that those who led the armed black mob should feel the weight of the strong arm they have defied, and that punishment shall be meted out to them. **. On August 25, two deputies, Robert Townsend and O. Hopkins, took it on themselves to travel out of town to the Delegale homestead, where they were confronted by DeLegale's two sons, John and Edward. Newspaper accounts claim that after a few sharp words and threats, the Delegale sons were ordered to surrender. Deputy Hopkins was said to have made a move toward his gun, and at that precise moment someone from inside the house, led fire with a shotgun, killing Townsend and severely wound Hopkins. Registered the very next day, the Savannah Press headlines warned. One would suspect that such an act by blacks would have immediately propelled Darien whites into a frenzy. However, no lynchings or further bloodshed occurred, though feelings in both the black and white communities were tense. The reasons for this are instructive because those conditions were necessary for blacks' successful use of violence and their ability to curtail a response from white mobs. When Alexander R. Lawton, the commanding officer of the State Guard, heard about the confrontation, he first attempted to nullify any further violence by racing to the Delegale homestead before the white militia arrived. Cunningly, the matriarch of the Delegale family petitioned the State Guard to protect the family from any white mobs that were surely preparing to raid the homestead. Second, a plan was quickly formulated between the Delegale family members and the State Guard, whereby family members would be placed temporarily under protective custody and moved into Darien's jailhouse, thereby forestalling any direct attack on the homestead. Needless to say, while most of Darien's blacks were agitated about the necessity of such a plan and saw it as an affront to their civil rights and dignity, other black leaders, having a more constrained response, valued this nonviolent approach. At this point, religious community leaders from varying black denominations, including a local federal collector of customs for Darien, found reasons to join forces, though all of them enjoyed tolerable if not excellent reputations in the white community. Not surprisingly, they were curiously and conspicuously silent during the previous week's violent confrontations. They now collaborated with Col. Lawton, the federal collector of customs in Darien, on a circular that, when widely distributed throughout McIntosh County, strongly petitioned that blacks refrain from any acts that might incite white violence, and that they recognize that the troops were not present solely to protect white interest. However, of more immediate concern for these prominent black community leaders was their second circular that advised black women to abstain from all words that may incite rashness or may be abusive. And by all means let every man see to it that no colored woman shall show her face at the courthouse or on the streets thereto. Registered similar ensuing statements by a prominent but accommodating black leadership surmised that their public stance as articulated by the second circular would bring back to our city and county that peace and harmony between the races with which in the past we have been so signally blessed. Alas, neither liberal or conservative whites were comforted by these appeasing tactics. When DeLegale's case was reviewed in Savannah, the court chose to first address the charges against those who were arrested for the killing and wounding of the deputies, and only then proceed with the rape charge. In the first trial, 23 alleged rioters were G2 convicted, while charges on 40 others were dropped. Fines ranged from $250 to $1,000, and a prison term of 12 months and hard labor were meted out. John and Edward Delegale received life sentences, and their brother and sister were acquitted. The jury also concluded that Henry Delegale was innocent of the rape charge that had precipitated the conflict and was subsequently released. However, once sent to Brooks County Convict Camp in South Georgia, the convicted Delegales and other rioters suffered harsh treatment and barely survived their imprisonment. The women, Louisa Underwood and Maria Curry, were hired out and served their prison sentence at the James Sawmill at Adrian, Georgia, in violation of Georgia's laws pertaining to woman prisoners. Degree: Assessing armed resistance. Assessing what benefits were derived from resisting threats and actual attacks by white mobs is always relative to what might have been lost if no resistance was attempted. In the case of Darien, though an all-white state guard in conjunction with local white militias did ensure a dominant military presence, McIntosh County whites also realized that some blacks were confident enough to reject whites' paternalist strategies, largely because they enjoyed a level of economic security derived from strong community bonds. Seemingly these factors were enough to give skilled black workers in the lumber and naval stores industry as well as independent farmers a significant role in McIntosh County's economic development, notwithstanding their sense of emotional investment and autonomy beyond the philosophy of physical survival. For these African Americans, a duplicity in their economic situation was such that while survival was premised on respect from others and the upholding of black communities' self-interest, there was still among some a strong need to placate white fears, as Du Bois observed. He would not bleach his Negro soul in a flood of white Americanism, for he knows that Negro blood has a message for the world. He simply wishes to make it possible for a man to be both a Negro and an American, without being cursed and spit upon by his fellows, without having the doors of opportunity closed roughly in his face. Organized militancy to the point of armed resistance by African Americans was not lost on those whites who were cognizant enough to know that any display of militancy by blacks was indicative of their ability to fashion for themselves a response to provocations. In addition, white Americans were being increasingly forced to recognize that once blacks obtained a resourceful economic base, they could not easily be cowed or rendered impotent by the propagandizing efforts of terrorists. As a result, it was now apparent that throughout the Low Country region of Georgia and South Carolina, reliance on the mob to subdue blacks was increasingly non-functional unless supported by sympathizing federal troops or state militia. With this said, many Southern black leaders were again uncomfortable with this state of affairs. Undecided about the necessity for self-defense, when pushed to take a stand on the issue, they waffled. An example of this occurred in April 1870, when reputed black nationalist Martin Delany allegedly informed South Carolina's Democratic conservatives, "Keep your Ku Kluxers away from me," and he would be willing to strike hands with you in maintaining a free, honest, and pure government in South Carolina. This conspiracy 173. Us yet naive attempt to place trust in an agreement with Southern conservatives was roundly denounced by many prominent nonconformist black leaders such as Frederick Douglass, who knew only too well the dangers this invited. Douglass, who was not an advocate for slave rebellions before the Civil War, on this occasion criticized Delany's comments by stating, "I cannot agree with you in denouncing colored men for going armed to political meetings in South Carolina. Assault compels defense." Moreover, Douglass proclaimed that he wasn't going to advocate that blacks act as lambs while whites acted as wolves. Stressing African Americans' right to retaliate against their enemy, Douglass recalled his own fight with a slave breaker some 30 years earlier. "I was a changed being after that fight. I was nothing before, I was a man now." It recalled to life my crushed self-respect and my self-confidence, and inspired me with a renewed determination to be a freeman. A man, without force, is without the essential dignity of humanity. Human nature is so constituted, that it cannot honor a helpless man, although it can pity him, and even this it cannot do long, if the signs of power do not rise. He can only understand the effect of this combat on my spirit, who has himself incurred something, hazarded something, in repelling the unjust and cruel aggressions of a tyrant. Notwithstanding Douglass's comments, there were those who continued to favor Delany's perspective of hopeful eradication of a Confederate way of life through debate and legislation. For them, morality, tolerance and trust eventually united responsible men into an economic and political alliance that ensured the creation of a democratic and reconstructed South. This, they argued, was the best option. However, the reality of continuing murderous attacks by terrorist gangs and mob violence forced the question, racial survival at what cost? Expelled black Georgia Representative Henry B. Turner said it plainly, "I am here to demand my rights, and to hurl thunderbolts at the men who would dare to cross the threshold of my manhood." Turner also advocated that blacks should emigrate to West Africa and went on to assert that blacks did not ask for those conditions that force them to retaliate violently against attackers, and would gladly rejoice in being accepted as full citizens. However, if continually forced to do, they will retaliate against those desiring to restore white rule in Georgia by violence. Degree history is instructive on this question of armed defense and retaliation, especially when rural black farmers demonstrated a willingness to resist nightly terror raids by white marauders and retaliated in kind despite a limited number of weapons. Moreover, when organized resistance did occur as with Lowry's raiders and the Darien insurrection, a tacit message was conveyed to local whites that was instantly understood as a threat to their own safety. Accordingly, many impending racial crises were abetted or minimized once blacks indicated that they would not be demoralized or intimidated. Conversely, when conservative whites became heartened by blacks' seeming submissiveness, a different message was being conveyed, a message that all too often resulted in an unrestrained, unremitting, and relentless desire by terrorists to vent a sundry of abuses on their black victims. Within this context, Southern whites' deep-seated psychological cravings for relief from melancholic sensations of social, political, and personal distress vibrated through an array of violent acts and rituals against generally a defenseless black populace. 174. Calhoun's Dilemma. Finding a rationale to explain white America's time-honored social psychological maladjustment toward non-whites requires an understanding of the very premise on which the nation was conceived. Succinctly put, the enfranchisement of European males into the newly constructed American Republic of the 18th century affirmed not only their political independence from foreign rule but dramatically proclaimed in law the enslavement of Africans and the displacement and near total genocide of an indigenous population. Not a paradigm for peaceful coexistence, this 18th century political construct established a basis for unequal development while favoring racial preferential status for any European desiring to make the most of what law and martial power could provide when ordinary natural abilities and talents were otherwise lacking. Contrived in this manner, one's racial background has been an ever-present prescription for power and control in America. As a consequence, the remarks of many early 18th century American patriots have become the mandates for late 19th century terrorists. For example, Senator John C. Calhoun, an outspoken South Carolinian and Southern ideologue, continually harangued his countrymen in his own inimical manner on the American Declaration of Independence. In my speeches and writings, I mounted an ideological counterattack against the subversive doctrines of the Declaration of Independence, which sanctions revolution and chaos. It was this most dangerous of all political error, I pointed out, that had given birth to abolitionism, to the deep and dangerous agitation which now threatened to engulf our political institutions. Therefore the sentiments in the Declaration had to be discredited and destroyed. They are nothing, I contended, but glittering generalities and self-evident lies. A good example is its assertion that all men are born free and created equal. This is an illogical absurdity. Men are not born, infants are born and they are not born free. They are incapable of freedom, being destitute alike of the capacity to think and act, without which there is no freedom. They are also subject to the dictates of parents, society, and state. Nor is it less false to hold that men are born equal. They are not in any sense. The whole idea of equality is sentimental rubbish. Inequality and slavery are the achievements of human progress. There never has yet existed a wealthy and civilized society, from that of ancient Greece to our own, in which one portion of the community did not, in point of fact, live on the labor of the other. Let me make my position clear, I care nothing about slavery, it is entirely a secondary question with me. In 300 years' time there will not be a nigger on the face of the globe. As the Indian is new retreating before our civilization, so the nigger will gradually be eliminated and his place taken by a higher and more intelligent race. It is only a question of time. I advocate slavery in the South because it is a guarantee of stability and the supremacy of the white race. In 1890, some 120 years later and a civil war in between, the congealed hatred of thousands of Calhoun acolytes forced many Americans to scrutinize the anguish that these obdurate-styled words had wrought. Commenting on this development, one New Orleans newspaper columnist stated, "Last week in Fayette County, Georgia, in an affray between colored and whites, provoked by the latter, 8 Negroes were killed and 6 wounded. 8 whites were shot, but only 1 fatally." However deplorable these affrays, it is refreshing to see the Negro defending himself, but, he must learn to shoot straight. 175. The same incident, published in the Richmond Planet 1 week earlier, detailed a level of black resistance that most other papers, black or white, disregarded or ignored as if it were the plague. A fatal riot occurred at Starr's Mill Pond in Fayette County, at 3 o'clock this afternoon. 4 Negroes were killed and 6 wounded, 2 of whom are reported dying. 8 whites were shot, but it is thought only of them fatally, making 18 in all killed and wounded. Pete Griffin is reported dangerously shot. A darky selling wine on the occasion became engaged in a war of words with a white man about the purchase of some wine, which resulted in the Negro getting cut. From this quarrel was taken up by others until Griffin became involved with a Negro who had a gun but who did not care to use it. Anderson Williams, another Negro, told him that to shoot this damn scoundrel, give him the gun, and he would shoot him himself. He took the gun and emptied its contents into Griffin's chest and bowels. He was immediately shot in the neck and died in a few minutes. The shooting became general. After emptying their weapons, a demand was made of a merchant for more ammunition. He refused to sell, but the infuriated rioters ran roughshod and helped themselves to all he had. There were over 500 people on the ground, and it is a mystery that the shooting was not more fatal in the results * degree. Recognition of the federal government's reluctance and in many cases inability to enforce punitive actions against terrorist-like actions, the presence of a generally unarmed Southern black population was tantamount to black subjugation or at worst political and physical genocide. To be disarmed in the presence of an armed unsympathetic adversary was in itself a provocative act. Furthermore, in South Carolina, as with most Southern states, spontaneous, irrational violence against blacks was so common that guaranteed protections by the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution were ignored as a natural course of action. What is seldom discussed is that open complicity by Southern state officials with terrorist gangs tended to foster the creation of a class of black citizens who, once terrorized and periodically whipped, accommodated themselves to their immediate attackers and then eventually whites in general. Those who resisted, as in Darien or in numerous hamlets throughout the South, acquired their assertiveness by either finding a way to jettison a lifetime of perverse social conditioning or living, as did Lowry, outside the pale of white trust and control. Low country resistance. Black Carolinians were relatively successful in forestalling widespread massacre by armed whites due to specific social environmental factors that were not generalized throughout other Southern black communities. For example, a careful examination of violent racial confrontations during the post-Civil War years indicate that there were 33 major racial revolts in which a single life or more was lost. A closer analysis of these clashes indicate that a number of important prerequisites were present as necessary conditions for successful armed defense during these confrontations. In 70% of the riots, blacks made up a majority of the population in the area of conflict. 176. In a region that was overwhelmingly rural, 42% of the riots occurred in cities with a population over 5,000. Over a third of the racial riots occurred within 2 weeks of an election and 5 erupted on election days. Consequently, a high-sense political focus was present among the black electorate. 55% of the riots began with an attempt by whites to break up a black political meeting or keep blacks from voting. In such instances, there was a critical mass of blacks to either defend or act aggressively in retaliation to provocative acts by whites. In 73% of the riots, blacks fought back at least initially, and usually until they were overwhelmed due to superior white numbers, firepower, military experience, communications, weaponry, connivance of those in authority, abandonment by the federal government, blacks' ignorance, poverty, and inexperience. On a number of occasions, Charleston became the site of pitched hand-to-hand battles between blacks and whites. As the historic site where armed rebellion against the federal government began on April 12, 1861, Charleston was considered to be the heart and soul of Southern white gentility, breeding and power. However, 4 years later this mecca of Southern aristocratic power suffered what many considered to be the unforgiving indignity of having the 1st Black Regiment of Union soldiers officially recruited during the Civil War, the Massachusetts 54th Regiment, march victoriously through the streets of Charleston right up to the symbol of Confederate military might, the Citadel, with the freed black populace cheering them on. On this day, Martin R. Delaney, a major in the 52nd U.S. Colored Troops, recalled his first impressions on entering Charleston. "In entered the city, which, from earliest childhood and through life, I had learned to contemplate with feelings of the utmost abhorrence, a place of the most insufferable assumptions and cruelty to the blacks, where the sound of the lash at the whipping post, and the hammer of the auctioneer, were coordinate sounds in thrilling harmony, that place which had ever been closed against liberty by an arrogantly assumptuous despotism. For a moment, I found myself dashing in unmeasured strides through the city, as if under a forced march to attack the already crushed and fallen enemy. Again I halted to look upon the shattered walls of the once stately but now deserted edifices of the proud and supercilious occupants. The haughty Carolinians, who believed their state an empire, this city incomparable, and themselves invincible, had fled in dismay and consternation at the approach of their conquerors, leaving the metropolis to its fate. And but for the vigilance and fidelity of the colored firemen, and other colored inhabitants, there would have been nothing left but a smoldering plain of ruins in the place where Charleston once stood, from the firebrands in the hands of the flying whites. Whatever impressions may have previously been entertained concerning the free colored people of Charleston, their manifestation from my advent till my departure, gave evidence of their pride in identity and appreciation of race that equal in extent the proudest Caucasian asterisk. Needless to say, this was a bitter political reality for most if not all of Charleston's white residents. Expectedly, furious impassioned battles between freedmen and a recalcitrant white populace occurred on almost a daily basis. One major confrontation occurred in Charleston's Central Market just a few months after the Confederate surrender. On Saturday, July 8, 1865, James Bing, a well-known and respected black vendor in the city's Central Market, and a white customer became involved in a disagreement that exploded into violence and eventually culminated in Bing's death and the wounding of several whites in the market area. When nearby soldiers from the Massachusetts 5th Regiment and the 21st U.S. Colored Troops were summoned to investigate the violence, they soon clashed with a white regiment of New York Zouaves who were also sent to the scene. Fighting between these three military units quickly spread and soon involved civilians. Within an hour, the entire downtown area of Charleston was entrapped in violence as enraged blacks attacked incensed white soldiers and civilians wherever they could find them. Pandemonium continued on throughout the weekend and only abated early Monday morning. This would not be the last full-blown interracial violence in Charleston, South Carolina. 1 year later, during the summer of 1866, racial clashes were again occurring and in heightened intensity. In Charleston's historic Battery Park, overlooking Fort Sumter, black and white youth clashed on a daily basis to determine which racial group would dominate use of the park. Degree in what many white Southerners considered sacred ground, Battery Park, with its cannons still facing Fort Sumter, was a symbol of Confederate resistance to the dictates of the federal government. However, with the emergence of a partially enfranchised black populace at war's end, emboldened black youth cared little about Confederate symbols and less about the sensitivity of Charleston's white populace. Though these tensions were felt throughout every facet of Charleston's populace, battles by rock-throwing youth on 178 Sunday afternoons over the use of this park became symbolic of a much larger struggle. A visiting aristocrat to Battery Park in the spring of 1866 noted that the park with its music and strollers had given way on Saturdays to non-noble lineage young ladies and their gentlemen companions. However, on Sundays the Ethiops spread themselves on the Battery. At the heart of this antagonism was Charleston's majority black population, particularly those black merchants who after the war had established significant commercial interest and trade unions apart from the white populace. They were by their presence a cause for whites' anxiety. perceived fears of being dominated and the possibility of violent retribution for past wrongs haunted Charleston's white communities. With day-to-day interactions between the races being difficult at best, there was the additional presence of the offshore Black Sea Islander Gullah population who immediately after the war's end attempted to repossess vacated land by ex-slave owners, and as one planter noted, drove the hatred of some white people for the colored race almost to a frenzy. Registered faced with this history, Charleston's white youth, carrying out the edicts of their time, exhibiting the anxiety and fears of their elders, saw in themselves the need to protect the only way of life they knew, in the only spiritual home they could possibly conceive of, Charleston. Having ex-slave children challenging this space was not only unthinkable to them, but instructive as a training ground for a lifelong struggle, to keep the nigger down. For black youths, thrown rocks and fists during these early clashes eventually gave way to more serious considerations on armed resistance. For them, the struggle for racial esteem was a fight for physical and psychological survival. In this regard, their strength was sharply challenged by the brazenness but weakness of an enemy who sniped about them in fearful wonder whenever blacks decided to demonstrate purposefulness and a steady aim. Literary provocateur. A case study of John A. Leland. That hatred springs more from self-contempt than from a legitimate grievance is seen in the intimate connection between hatred and a guilty conscience. A voice from South Carolina. After 4 years of civil war, with some 600,000 dead and countless thousands wounded, the North and the South found themselves entwined in bloody attempts at reconstruction. Though securing effective racial hegemony over its non-white populace was the goal for both Northern and Southern white political infrastructures, to accomplish this an alliance of Northern and Southern capital as well as political alliances across sectional lines had to be established by any means necessary. To facilitate this process, appeals to a distraught ex-Confederate leadership, sympathizers, and Ku Klux-like terrorist gangs, were made through newspapers, pamphlets, theatrical performances, and books. Novels such as Thomas Jefferson Jerome's Ku Klux Klan No. 40, Thomas Nelson Page's Red Rock, and N.J. Floyd's Thorns in the Flesh, a voice of vindication from the South, sought to placate the most aggrieved white Southerners by asserting, "It should not be denied that outrages, or rather acts of violence that were fully justified by the crimes committed, were perpetrated here and there, by mobs of persons styled Ku Klux Klans, acting under sudden impulses of outraged feeling, nor can it be denied by the well-informed, that these, when they greatly exceeded the bounds of a proper punishment for the crime committed were called to account by the Knights of the Golden Circle, the Knights of the White Camellia, the Angles of Avenging Justice, the Spirits of the Lost Clan, or the Centaurs of Caucasian civilization." The reader can have his choice of names. Nor can it be successfully denied that the order did more to prevent horrible crimes and to tide civilization of the Negroes over the fearful period of anarchy. 180. Referred to, than could have been done by the Freedmen's Bureau and all the troops, or twice the number, stationed in the South, even had all the officials been wise men and true Christians and patriots, which was very, very far from being the case, as all fools who did errands have testified and can testify. The writer has nothing more to say concerning the so-called Ku Klux Klan, but he claims that the mere fact that the country, particularly the cotton and sugar belts from the Chesapeake to the Rio Grande, was not drenched in the blood of riots and assassinations, during the period of Reconstruction and Rehabilitation, proves the Southern white people to be possessed of a civilization having certain qualities of excellence which, no matter what may be the brilliant destiny of the leading human race in the future, can never be surpassed while men shall continue to be frail and fallible. And he here records the prediction that the time will come when the candid and unprejudiced historian, who has thoroughly informed himself respecting the period extending from 1859 to 1884, as he glances back at the wrongs and outrages of the past, will greatly whisper to the invisible guardian spirit at his side, "Ah, noble people! As political brethren, they were generous, magnanimous, and forgiving; as military foes, they were chivalrous and brilliant, but under the numberless wrongs and persecutions which succeeded their downfall they were sublime." By 1870, Southern propagandists were quickly fashioning a number of rationalizations for the continued existence of a political ethos that envisioned the South as a separate political and cultural entity within the United States, a nation within a nation. Though the secessionist-minded Confederacy was defeated after 4 years of warfare, its economic infrastructure was vital to a post-war development of the nation. With this in mind, Southern white patricians initiated a social dialogue that indicted both the freedmen and white Republicans as culpable in exhausting the nation with 4 years of civil war. These astute political pundits quickly realized that by shrewdly associating black political involvement and economic development with social disorder, Southern whites' guilt about their military defeat could be minimized. Interesting enough, a parallel analysis by black and white Carolinians also recognized that it wasn't Northern brotherly love for the ex-slave or hatred of slavery that propelled federal interest to pursue the war to its bloody conclusion, but rather an inability by Lincoln's wartime administration to develop a workable political and economic solution between divided regional interest, some of whom advocated slavery and others who sought what they considered were the best interest of white wage laborers. With the termination of hostilities, the freed African posed an even greater problem as an economic spoiler who supposedly could no longer be sold, bought, bartered, or traded. They were now a numerical entity that threatened to dramatically obliterate assumed white patterns of social order and dominance throughout the South and beyond. With this as a threat, Southern conservative and Democratic newspapers along with a sympathetic Northern conservative wing of the Republican Party mounted a national campaign that unleashed a steady barrage of racially inspired invectives characterizing blacks as incompetent, bungling political dupes for radical Republicans. Central to this analysis was the following supposition: lacking a history outside slavery, blacks were racially incompetent in seeking or exercising power and authority on a local or national level, especially over whites. Accordingly, it was understood that the responsibility for governing occurred at birth and as a result was an innate, God-given mandate for whites. For those who needed. 6. Literary provocateur, a case study of John A. Leland. 181. Visible or material confirmation of this fact, a racist credo declaring no matter how poor whites may be, they could never become a nigger, was enough. Refusals to accept this thinking constituted not only a physical threat to social order, but a psychic dismissal of those mythologies that for centuries decreed white racial privilege as a divine axiom. In the midst of this national post-Civil War struggle, a leading proponent of thinking was John Adams Leland, a conservative member of South Carolina's Democratic academic elite, an enthusiastic apologist for the Ku Klux Klan and a major propagandist and ideologue who fashioned Southern racist sentiments into a literary format on terror. The terrorist word. In 1879 John Leland authored a treatise titled A Voice from South Carolina, journal of a reputed Ku Klux, in which he expounded on the evils of Republican Reconstruction, particularly within the spiritual heart of the Confederacy, South Carolina. Written as a diary, Leland presented the reader with a glimpse of his views and thought processes as a Southern educator. Utilizing metaphors, parables, allegoric representations, and selective imagery, he constructed a historical rationale of the postbellum period that rescued fellow white Carolinians from African rule, both state and municipal. This, he explained, was necessary at a time when social conditions in his beloved state were so horrendous that Samson, shorn of his locks, was not more completely in the hands of his Philistines. With this as his approach to history, Leland attempted to succinctly describe who the enemies of Southern whites were, while establishing the boundary lines for any future political intercourse. As a graduate from both Williams College in Massachusetts and South Carolina College in Charleston, holder of a doctorate degree, professor and chair of the Mathematics and Astronomy Department at South Carolina's Military Academy, the Citadel, and as president of the Lawrenceville Female College in Lawrence, South Carolina, Leland, the self-proclaimed Southern gentleman, dedicated his seminal work to the women of South Carolina. In doing so, he attempted to merge his own sense of chivalry and contempt of Republican moral mania with a level of cynicism and personal despair that ultimately concluded even the lowest Ku Klux would have blushed to have acknowledged the most obnoxious Negro. With this as his mantra, a voice from South Carolina ridicules Republican Reconstruction efforts, but not without first asserting his own credentials as author of Journal of a Reputed Ku Klux. Fashioning a writing style replete with the patrician appeals of a politically deposed antebellum plantation class. While reviewing a litany of events that he asserts are examples of Northern abuses of Southern sensibilities, Leland attempts to address the critical questions of the day, particularly for Southern white Democrats: how will national conciliation be acquired and who shall rule? This style of political liturgy, forged with expressions of chivalry, cynicism, and terror, proved to be a powerful and lethal weapon when introduced by an astute writer and orator such as Leland, for it also implies notions of Southern whites' innate superiority over blacks in all things political, economic, and cultural. For example, Leland's linguistic style describes an apocalyptic South Carolina, replete with abuses that forced him to sacrifice his standing as an educator by publicly admitting a reputed association with the Ku Klux Klan. In this regard, it is important to note that 182. Leland's use of the word reputed is singularly important, for it affords him a political rationale of intent by association while not identifying him as an active member of, as he put it, those lawless and reckless spirits, to be found in almost every community, particularly after a protracted and disastrous war. Nevertheless, when official charges of lawlessness, violence, and murder were cast his way as a result of his participation in the Lawrence riot of 1870, he was incarcerated on the charges of conspiracy and murder. Describing the circumstance and events that led to the Lawrence County riot in the third person, Leland proclaimed that his reputation was still unblemished by the riot, and that even when the citizenry of Lawrence were queried by investigators as to character of those arrested, he was one of three identified as being above all suspicion of complicity with rowdyism. Insisting that his claims of innocence were above reproach, and that his arrest was simply a judicial farce, Leland stressed how even the prosecuting attorney agreed that he and three others were actually trustworthy enough to be bailed out till the November term of court. Criticizing local Republicans for conspiring against him and his cohorts, he implies that the prosecutor was influenced, on a whisper from Joe, an aggressive local Republican political figure, to believe that Leland was trying to incur favor due to his position as a college president, when in fact, Leland avows, it was Cruz's actions that were irresponsible, dangerous, and a threat to public safety. To forestall any more rioting, the court commissioner decided to remand all of the prisoners, including Leland, and move the trial to the U.S. Circuit Court in Charleston. From this relatively small but bloody incident, Leland's reputation as a protector of Southern democratic ideals began to rise. Admittedly, having a reputed association with the Ku Klux Klan precluded any objective historical writing on Leland's part. If anything, it nominated him as a vigilant supporter of a militant arm of the Southern Democratic political party. By 1872, he was accused by South Carolina's radical Republican leaders of being not only a secretive member of the Ku Klux, but a murderer and a staunch Southern conservative ideologue who planned to win in defeat what the South lost in military conflict: control over black labor. In this regard, Leland's work aspires by implication and metaphor to revitalize in Southern whites a sense of defiance toward those who would demean and trample on what he considered were the time-honored rights of the great Anglo-Saxon race. In line with this thinking, he praised South Carolina's political leaders as a pantheon of men whose supreme virtue and sacrifice had nobly tolerated existing in a world filled with the weak and irreverent. Seemingly understanding their pain, he professed, South Carolina can proudly point to a galaxy of historic names, who have illustrated her fame in every period of her past history. Through these her voice has already been heard in tones which will reach the latest posterity. In the dark days of the Revolution, this voice could be heard in such clarion notes as her Moultries, her Sumters, and her Marions could utter, to electrify new life in her people, though overrun and all but conquered. In the formation of the government, it has been heard, in no faltering accents, from her Pinckneys, her Lawrences, her Rutledges, and her Haywards, equals among equal statesmen, who were jealous of her liberty so dearly purchased. These only consented to her association with her sister colonies, when they thought this liberty was hedged in by every safeguard which human wisdom could devise. It has been heard in the halls of state and federal legislation, from the tongues of Calhoun, Hayne, McDuffie, Preston, and a long list of worthies, whose names will ever adorn. 6. Literary Provocateur, a case study of John A. Leland 183. The Annals of the Past. Giants in intellect, who could embellish profound and ennobling statesmanship and patriotism, with unsullied integrity, and the purity of the high-toned gentleman. Degree. Enraptured by South Carolina's past, Leland warned his readers to be cognizant of current dangerous social transgressions, which were nurtured by historical neglect. Contending that when the barbarian hordes press hard against the barriers of civilization, they do so by disregarding any semblance of respect for the past as they hurriedly construct the future. Viewing himself as the voice of reason and sagacious discernment, he laments white South Carolinians' fate. But this potent voice has long been hushed, and her approaching centennial year will find her in habiliments of mourning silent and sad. Most of her sisters who began the race with her, and very many of those younger ones, who are but of yesterday, and who owe so much to her sacrifice of blood and treasure, will then be rejoicing in their prosperity, and have already invited the whole world to witness their progress and their greatness. She, almost alone of the old 13, will turn her face to the wall, and will feel no responsive throb to the rejoicing over this national jubilee. In one short century, she seems to have run her whole career of rises, progress, decline, and fall. She has the same bright sky above her, as in her palmist days, the same broad rivers flowing from her mountains to the seaboard, the same fertile soil and genial climate. Her most bitter enemies must admit that her, so-called, leaders have maintained a dignified silence since her fall. Even those who watch so assiduously to catch up and pervert every chance expression of ex-President Davis, have found nothing to report from them. These gentlemen show that it is the part of true manhood to endure what is unavoidable, as well as to dare, and that fortitude is, in many respects, a higher virtue than bravery. He ends this supplication by throwing his own sacrificed soul on the consciousness of good South Carolinians whom he anticipates would quickly recognize that this voice from South Carolina comes from one of her humble sons, whose earnest desire is to cling but the closer to her side in the day of her humiliation. He feels irresistibly impelled to publish to the world that the grand old state, declared to be free, sovereign, and independent, 100 years ago, is now deposed, gagged, and trampled in the dust. Her seat and name has been usurped by a brazen-faced strumpet, foisted upon her high places by the hands of strangers, her proud monuments of the past, all begrimed and vandalized, her sacred treasury thrown wide open to the insatiable rapacity of thieves and robbers, and her bright escutcheon blackened by every crime known to the Decalogue. All these, too, have been the legitimate fruits of deliberate legislation on the part of her sister states, in Congress assembled, people, like herself, by the descendants of that glorious old Anglo-Saxon race, whose achievements on this continent have filled the world with amazement and admiration. Could our common ancestors ever have foreseen this? Can posterity ever account for the madness of the hour, in states, having the same lineage, combining to drive one of their number from the fold of civilization into the dark despotism of African rule? And yet, South Carolina today presents the terrible picture of a great American state abandoned to the tender mercies of her former slaves, exasperated and maddened by the teachings and guidance of foreign mercenaries and native desperados. Asterisk. 184. The October 20, 1870, riot that Leland and others were charged with inciting stemmed primarily from charges that they had conspired to prohibit potential black voters from participating in the Lawrence County elections for state officers, and that Leland personally had murdered several colored citizens during the civil unrest. Leland's recollections as well as local newspapers' accounts of the ensuing racial clash at the polling boxes is instructive in that it illuminates Southern whites' general attitude on the question of voting rights for Negroes and blacks' entitlement to armed self-defense. However, in Leland's recounting of events that led to his arrest, he claimed that the majority of the adult male population of the town, then present were arrested, and, at first, shut up in the courthouse. He further asserted that as soon as this congregation, without reference to sex, was assembled in this unusual place, by forcible means, we were marched in procession, through Main Street to the residence of the Honorable Joseph Cruz. Though the veracity of Leland's testimony is left up to the reader's discretion, his introduction of Joseph Cruz as a vile character and recognized leader of the radical wing of the Republican Party in Lawrence County is intriguing. Leland's demeaning characterization of Cruz is emphasized by declaring that he is a base and vile traitor who before the Civil War had a questionable and stained reputation for making his bread by trafficking in Negroes, and with Negroes. From this affiliation, Cruz had supposedly developed an appreciation of their peculiar characteristics and in due time after the war, made additional money by acting as liaison between the two racial communities. By befriending blacks, Cruz quickly became recognized in the state capital as an individual of worth and eventually became a legislator, a commissioner of elections, a military aide to the governor and a trial justice. Leland finally concludes that Cruz in effect became a useful individual for Republican interest while living within the Democratic Pearl of the ex-Confederacy, South Carolina. More important for Leland was that as a county leader in the Republican Party, Joe Cruz was entrusted with full powers to organize and equip the county militia, Republican Union leagues and conduct limited military exercises with black soldiers when deemed necessary for the public's safety. In this regard, Leland cynically noted that, a complete program of military barbecues was arranged for the summer, always to be attended, armed, and equipped, as the law directed. It was his haranguing at these barbecues that first fired the colored heart. Some of his speeches were listened to by respectable citizens, who testified in the public prints of the day, and over their own signatures, to his highly incendiary diatribes. Among very many other things, he advised the laborers, now that they had arms in their hands, to seize whatever of the crops they thought they ought to have, and if any fuss was made, they could easily burn them out, as matches were cheap. That they now had the power, and the white man must be taught to know his place. Under such teachings as these, it was not to be wondered at, that companies of colored militia, in going to, and returning from these gatherings, with arms in their hands, should be insolent, and sometimes even violent towards their former owners. There were many instances of insults offered to ladies, while riding in their carriages over the public roads, and of indignities the most gross, perpetrated by them, on the premises of some obnoxious farmers. It is therefore not surprising to learn that Leland's account of what occurred on Election Day in Lawrence County is laced with racial invectives. Describing the mangers of the Six Literary Provocateur, a case study of John A. Leland 185. Elections as radical Republicans, he admits that with the exception of a few minor incidents, everything went on quietly and peacefully until 11 o'clock. However, he claims at this time a citizen and a constabulary had a few nasty words to say to each other that resulted in a fist fight. Other reports claim that it was when the constable called a local white a tallow-faced son of a bitch that the trouble began in earnest. 24 From this moment on events occurred quickly. A friend of the citizen, pistol in hand, went up to the scene of the fight, to see fair play, as he said. Seeing that his friend had got the best of the fight, he was about to return his pistol to its case under his coat, and attached to a belt behind when it was accidentally discharged. A cry was immediately heard among the Negroes, "They are firing upon us," and together, they all disappeared in the armory. Soon guns were seen protruding from the windows upstairs, in the direction of the public square, immediately in front, and a volley of some 20 guns was fired. There was quite a sprinkling of men on the square, and yet nobody was hurt. This is easily accounted for. These bold militiamen thought their only agency was in cocking the gun and pulling the trigger, and that the bloodthirsty bullet would itself seek its victim independently of all aim. The effect of this volley, Leland maintains, was to send white citizens running in all directions, some looking for safety, while still others reached for their weapons in responses to what they perceived of an attack by blacks. Degree warming to his literary task, he mockingly asserts. The effect of the volley on the scattered crowd was startling enough. A hornet's nest suddenly turned over, could not have produced more flying to and fro, or more rage and venom among the assailed. Some ran for their arms secreted nearby. The day before, in case of an emergency, shotguns from the showcases were seized and loaded on the double quick. Others with no arms at all but walking canes and brickbats all rushed madly for the front door and windows of the armory. These yielded readily to the furious onset of the whites, and similar openings in the rear opened as readily to the mad outset of the blacks. It was no fight at all, for as soon as these sable warriors saw the determined rush for their stronghold, they instantly dropped their 16 shooters on the floor, made a break for the back windows and doors, and this eyewitness avers that they made the quickest time on record down the declivity in the rear. It seems that some of our boys who had served from Bull Run to Appomattox could not resist the temptation for some sharp shooting at a foe, but they declared that a black target, changing its level every second so amazingly, afforded them a poor chance to show their skill. There was only one struck fatally on the retreat, and he lingered for several days. 2 others, shot in the building, made up all the casualties of its famous affair. Though Leland admits being a witness to the riot, his version differs substantially from that of the state prosecutor, the indictment, and reports from local newspapers. While Leland's inability to attribute good aim to blacks defending themselves may be indicative of a deeper reluctance on his part to accept any form of resistance or martial ability by blacks as justified, the Daily Phoenix newspaper reported the following. A black man showed his head on a balcony, and a bullet from the square dropped him dead to the ground below. The whites then rushed the armory, broke the door. The 186 blacks fired through the weatherboard as they retreated. 2 white men and a little boy were wounded. 2 black men were wounded as they retreated. Testifying that on the day of the riot he was walking with his students from the nearby female college in Lawrence, Leland maintained that because the wind was blowing in the opposite direction he was not able to see or hear any confusion or shooting in the town square 2 streets away. Several witnesses placed him not only at the site of the riot, shooting and cussin' and swearin', but testified that he was seen shooting several times near the spot where a black man was killed. Denying these claims, Leland reiterated that while he wasn't responsible for the shootings and killings, he totally supported the actions of enraged citizens of Lawrence against the irresponsibility of the blacks, whom he referred to as Sambo, Cuffy and Boy. Degree using racially laden metaphors to define the real culprits was meant to indicate to those who supported the curtailment of blacks' aggressive behavior, that he too was of similar mind, though careful enough to minimize any actual involvement in any killings. With this said, the Lawrence College president wasn't adverse to claiming that there is no doubt that what became the Ku Klux were in their origin simply organizations for self-defense, similar to those in Lawrence, just before the outbreak on October 20, 1870. Yet in a remorseful letter to a friend, a deeply concerned Leland lamented about his future and the necessity for white South Carolinians to maintain what he called an interminable fight against hell, and one's glorious remembrances of an honorable past. You may break, you may ruin the vase, if you will, but the scent of the roses will hang round it still. Racial celebration as propaganda. As a consummate political pundit and propagandist, Leland also understood that many of his closest contemporaries longed for a return when Southern economic growth, founded on the strength and resiliency of slavery, would once more indulge itself in an intemperate form of political elitism and racial dominance. However, Leland of all persons also understood that though the re-enslavement of blacks would never happen, the need to codify Southern traditions into laws that would fashion white privileges into a philosophy of white racial hegemony was paramount. This he surmised was essential if any creation of a post-war Southern economic and political ethos was to be salvaged. In this respect the success or failure of his brand of literary terrorism hinged on an ability to link the ideas, needs and purposes of terrorist gangs such as the Ku Klux with numerous social, material and philosophical expectations of Southern and possibly Northern white Americans. In this respect Leland understood that by propagandizing and celebrating race, 2 important issues would be addressed. First, for those white South Carolinians needing clarity on what should be the proper way to respond blacks' assertiveness and possible insurgency, advice would be provided with ample demonstrations if necessary. Second, racial propagandizing fostered an emotional and highly subjective context that underlined the righteousness of attempt secession premised on white racial prerogatives. From this perspective, the demise of the Confederacy was safely cushioned within protective hyperbole, particularly when Leland confidently proclaimed, 6 Literary Provocateur, a case study of John A. Leland 187. The bills of mortality tell a sad tale of many of these who had passed the meridian of their powers, reminding us, mournfully, of what is so often sung thoughtlessly, for freedom now so seldom wakes, the only throb she gives, is when some heart indignant breaks, to tell that still she lives. Additional reflections by Leland are laced with both nostalgia and foreboding as he attempts to articulate his Southern brethren's anguish, an anguish that even as he wrote threatened to turn the entire South once again into an open battlefield. Not inclined to disguise his own certainty that slavery was morally just, he reminded his readers and no doubt his female students at Lawrence College that slavery was a fundamental law of the land in 1787, and all efforts aimed at its eradication are indicative of one's disloyalty to the government. He also argued, as if the Civil War had not settled this issue, that a closer examination of Northern morality reveals contradictory ideals. As long as slavery and the slave trade continued to be sources of profit, the conscience of the majority slept quietly enough over their great enormities. After a more full development of their appropriate industries, it was found that the slave was an incubus, and he was quietly shipped and sold where his services were regarded as still indispensable. Being thus happily relieved of his presence, and reimbursed for his pecuniary value, they abolished the institution in their own states, and these same consciences then became most painfully sensitive to the sins of their neighbors, on whom they had palmed their whole load of fancied guilt. Though the term fancied guilt placed the blame for slavery's conception and perpetuation in the Americas, Leland's major thesis focused on an unending struggle between Southern claims for sovereign and delegated state constitutional rights, and the federal government's assumptions about its own enumerated rights and prerogatives. Degree Though publicly Leland advocated the former, he bridled at the possible stigma of being an insurrectionist who once advocated rebellion, but in the post-war era could possibly be thought of as a demagogue seeking civil strife. In response to such implications, he continually reminded his critics that the original 13 states never relinquished their right to remedy faults with federalism by seeking disunion. Employing the testimony of a Rev. Thornwell who attended South Carolina's 1860 Convention on Secession, Leland sought to buttress his claim that the eventual 11 states that seceded from the Union did so by evoking their constitutional prerogatives. That there was a cause, and an adequate cause, might be presumed from the character of the convention which passed the ordinance of secession, and the perfect unanimity with which it was done. The convention was not a collection of politicians and demagogues. It was not a conclave of defeated place hunters, who sought to avenge their disappointment by the ruin of their country. It was a body of grave, sober, and venerable men, selected from every pursuit in life, and distinguished, most of them, in their respective spheres, by every quality which can command confidence and respect. It embraced the wisdom, moderation, and integrity of the bench, the learning and prudence of the bar, and the eloquence and learning of the pulpit. It contained retired planters, scholars, and gentlemen, who stood aloof from the turmoil and ambition of public life, and were devoting an elegant leisure to the culture of their 188 minds, and to quiet any unobtrusive schemes of Christian philanthropy. There were men in that convention utterly incapable of low and selfish schemes, who, in the calm serenity of their judgments, were as unmoved by the waves of popular passion and excitement, as the everlasting granite by the billows that roll against it. There were men there who would listen to no voice but the voice of reason, and who would bow to no authority but what they believed to be authority of God. There were men there who would not be controlled by uncertain opinion, nor be betrayed into sudden counsels, men who would act from nothing, in the noble language of Milton, but from mature wisdom, deliberate virtue, and the dear affection of the public good. That convention, in the character of its members, deserves every syllable of the glowing panegyric which Milton pronounced upon the immortal Parliament of Great Britain, which taught the nations of the earth that resistance to tyrants was obedience to God. Were it not invidious, we might single out names, which, wherever they are known, are regarded as synonymous with purity, probity, magnanimity, and honor. It was a noble body, and all their proceedings were in harmony with their high character. In the midst of intense agitation and excitement, they were calm, cool, collected and self-possessed. They deliberated without passion, and concluded without rashness. They sat with closed doors, that the tumult of the population might not invade the sobriety of their minds. If a stranger could have passed from the stirring scenes with which the streets of Charleston were alive, into the calm and quiet sanctuary of this venerable council, he would have been impressed with the awe and veneration which subdued the rude Gaul, when he first beheld, in senatorial dignity, the conscript fathers of Rome. That in such a body there was not a single vote against the ordinance of secession, that there was not only no dissent, but the assent was cordial and thoroughgoing, is a strong presumption that the measure was justified by the clearest and sternest necessities of justice and of right. That such an assembly should have inaugurated a radical revolution in all the external relations of the state, in the face of acknowledged dangers, and at the risk of enormous sacrifices, and should have done it without cause, transcends all the measures of probability. Whatever else may be said of it, it certainly must be admitted that this solemn act of South Carolina was well considered *degree. Within this historical prism, various segments of Southern white society assumed that their way of life was not only historically correct but indispensable in forging a societal equation that ensured their political and economic survival. Leland noted that the way the Union was constituted, not the Union which South Carolina had made sacrifices, neither was this the government for the maintenance for which she had plighted her faith and her sacred honor. She had unanimously entered into a solemn league, and covenant with homogeneous states and allies, in solemn convention assembled, again, in solemn convention assembled, she as unanimously withdrew from this union, when it was revolutionized into a consolidated government, controlled by a hostile party. And yet this solemn and formal expression of the sovereign will of the whole people of a state, has been branded as a rebellion, and the secession of 10 states from a revolutionized union, has been stigmatized as an insurrection. Such an analysis assumed that any deviation by whites or blacks from this social contract would be disloyal to the ethics of God and race. Similarly, to be labeled a Republican or an obnoxious black was conterminous with being a Judas. In addition to these national issues, paternalistic concerns by whites about blacks (6 Literary Provocateur, a case study of John A. Leland 189. Supposed that the latter lacked dominion over their own well-being, and as a consequence were incapable of any viable input in the affairs of state. The argument once postulated then asked, how were blacks able to obtain the skills needed for governing or fulfilling positions of responsibility if they have no history or experience of empowerment? Judge Edward Frost at the South Carolinian Constitution Convention even proclaimed that any incompetence among freedmen was not of their own making, but the fault of white Southerners. Frost queried, did he make himself ignorant? Did he ever have a chance to choose his station in life? Wasn't learning how to read or write an act of insubordination? Yet others asked, weren't blacks already functioning in some aspects of government but as Republicans' dupes? And if so, how could they be trusted to stand up to any white man, Republican or Democratic? As expected, inquiries of this sort allowed Leland to cite intolerable annoyances as examples of his frankness. He opined that the federal government's creation of the Freedoms Bureau, emerging from its embryo on the Sea Islands, and spreading its filthy meshes all over the state, is reason enough to warrant further suspicion about Republican lawmakers. Admonishing any conceivable support for the Freedmen's Bureau, Leland suspects and then charges malfeasance. These were, at first, mere swindling machines in the hands of sharpers. Afterwards part contrivances were soup-rad for the political bondage of the black men, far more galling than world-abused chains of slavery. These man-traps furnished appropriate schooling for that rapacious crew who afterwards reveled in the treasury of the state. Here Scott and his congenial colleagues received that impervious coating over everything like conscience, which fitted him and them for the open robbing of public funds. Leland and the African-American soldier. Varying his attack, Leland also demeans the abilities and performance of black soldiers in the Civil War. Ignoring the battlefield records of colored regiments from states such as Massachusetts, as well as the 1st South Carolina Colored Volunteer Regiment that was formed by Union forces as early as 1862 on Hilton Head Island, repudiating history he alleges. It may be remarked that these colored garrisons, so profusely scattered over the state, rejoiced in the high-sounding title of 57th, 59th, and Massachusetts regiments, and some explanation seems necessary for the fact that Massachusetts regiments were so exclusively selected to march over South Carolina soil, after the surrender registered. Sensing his readers' distress with blacks' ascendancy from enslavement to killers of Confederate soldiers, he warms to his task and reassuringly explains, in the malarial regions near Port Royal, including most of the Sea Islands, the slaves employed in the culture of ride and cotton constituted the very lowest type of the African race in the state. They were for the most part the immediate descendants of the latest importations of native Africans brought to our shores, in the constitution to the slave trade. These were generally worked in large gangs, having but little intercourse with the whites. For example, Governor Aiken owned more than 1,000 of them, on his island of Jahazi, and with the exception of his overseer, his 190 physician, and the Methodist's preacher, they seldom saw a white man from one Christmas to another. Now, these were the fields from which Massachusetts swelled the numbers of her regiments, with the rank and file, who could not even speak her vernacular. The officers of these regiments may have belonged, and probably did belong, to the codfish aristocracy, but all the privates were the genuine cudjos and cuffies of this class familiarly known as Gullah Negroes. Their language was an unintelligible jargon to these officers, and nothing short of the bounty cash could have induced them to undertake the drilling of these thick-skulled, semi-savage soldiers. These garrison commands afforded appropriate training for the richer spoils of the Freedmen's Bureau, into which these self-sacrificing patriots so quickly retired, on the cessation of hostilities, and to which they so tenaciously clung, as long as there was $1 of congressional appropriation in their treasuries. Leland's flawed perception of blacks' involvement in their fight against chattel enslavement is only surpassed by his feigned ignorance of Gullah Negroes' raison d'être. For Leland, the existence of what he styled as a codfish aristocracy and their unintelligible black soldiers not only inflamed his strong racial bias but shaped his sense of class conflict with northern liberal whites. And while a portion of Leland's formative education occurred in Massachusetts, the heart of New England's codfish aristocracy, it was the Massachusetts 54th Regiment's heroic record in the war that hit a nerve and now unraveled his sensibilities. For example, when word of Leland's death reached the elite military academy of the South, the Citadel, where he taught for nearly 8 years, a tribute to his life was prepared and published by the Institute's Colonel J.P. Thomas. In his tribute an interesting reference was made to Leland's somewhat mundane military duties during the Civil War, where as a major he was assigned to what in essence was rear guard duties, following the bent of his aroused sensibilities. Major Leland now formally laid aside the dress of the civilian, for the harness of the soldier. Bringing together a number of choice spirits, he promptly organized a company known as the Trenholm Rifles. As part of Manigault's battalion, the company did good service near the mouth of the classic Santee, until the disorganized Conscription Act led to the disbandment of the Corps. After this Major Leland, whose figure unfit him for regular military campaigning, engaged in desultory state service, and the last years of the war found him in the vicinity of Valhalla, in command of several detachments of state troops, and charged with the duty of guarding against threatened raids from Tennessee and with other military work. The likelihood that a Southerner with Leland's sentiments and seemingly unfit figure for regular military service would ever understand the opinions of Union Private Thomas Long of the East South Carolina Volunteers is slight, particularly when the combat-experienced private made his reasons for fighting in the Civil War abundantly clear. Suppose you had kept your freedom without enlisting in this army, your children might have grown up free and been well cultivated so as to be equal to any business, but it would have been always flung in dear faces your fader never fought for he own freedom. Degree witnessing the fall of Charleston on February 17, 1865. To Cudjoe and Cuffee was both a psychologically debilitating and ghastly spectacle for the likes of Leland. It was truth turned to ashes as the rights of the conquerors and the sickening tales of private property seized for government use, or no known use at all, and of private rights insulted and 6. Literary Provocateur, a case study of John A. Leland 191. Outraged by the elevation of the slave to the position of master disparaged his secessionist soul. This rage was obviously not shared by the black population, as one witness described. While the proud metropolis the Confederates' Holy of Holies still smoldered, the Union forces took possession of the harbor defenses Fort Sumter, Ripley, and Moultrie, and Castle Pinckney, which has so valiantly withstood all previous efforts. A few hours later, at 10 in the morning, Lieutenant Colonel A.G. Bennett, of the 21st U.S. Colored Troops, reached the city by rowboats from Morris Island and demanded that the mayor formally surrender. The latter quickly sent word of his acquiescence. Bennett acknowledged the reply and added, "My command will render every possible assistance to your well-disposed citizens in extinguishing the flames." Then into the stricken city marched the Union soldiers, the 21st U.S. Colored Troops, followed by a detachment of 2 companies of the 54th Massachusetts. The Bay State Negroes had distinguished themselves at Battery Wagner, where they had led the charge, and at Olustee, where they had held back the victorious enemy until a new battle line could be formed. And then for more than a year they had been lying in sight of Charleston. The other Negro soldiers who marched into the city were members of the old 3rd and 4th South Carolina regiments, many of whom had been numbered in 1860 among Charleston's nearly 18,000 slaves. Now theirs was the high privilege of being the first federal troops to enter the proud capital city of South Carolina, their own birthplace. Charles Coffin, a reporter from the Boston Journal, became totally enraptured by the historic implications of this moment when he wrote, "And on this even memorable day they made manifest to the world their superiority in honor and humanity. Here were ex-slaves, with the old flag above them, keeping step to freedom's drum beat, up the grass-grown streets, past the slave shambles, laying aside their arms, working the fire engines to extinguish the flames, and, in the spirit of the Redeemer of men, saving that which was lost." On March 21, 1865, another correspondent from the New York Times described Charleston's liberation in more detail. The occasion was a grand celebration by the freed people of Charleston in honor of their release from bondage. The affair was gotten up under the auspices of Brevet Maj. Gen. Saxton, Brig. Gen. Hatch, Commandant of the District, Col. Stuart L. Woodford, Commandant of the District, Lieutenant Colonel A.G. Bennett, 21st United States Colored Troops, Rev. Mr. French, Mr. James Redpath, Superintendent of Schools, and numerous other officers and civilians interested in the good work of caring for and aiding the colored population, not only in the city, by wherever they may be located. On the Sunday preceding the day of the celebration, assembled at Zion Church, that arrangements were in progress to give them an opportunity of manifesting their delight at the new freedom they were enjoying. This announcement, made by Col. Woodford, was received with prolonged shouts and deafening cheers, and all present showed by the eager manner in which they entered into the spirit of the proposition that the affair, so far as they were concerned, should not be a failure. And every one who witnessed the proceeding of Tuesday will join in saying that they were not a failure. The designated place for assembling was at the Citadel Square, and at 12 o'clock, not only the space within the enclosure, but the streets on either side were crowded with men. 192. Women and children, all preparing to form themselves into a procession. At 2 o'clock, the number of people thus assembled reached 4,000, and shortly after that hour, the colored marshals, who had previously performed the duty assigned them of arranging the school children into companies, and the trade and other organizations into divisions, took their position in the line, and everything was ready for the start. First in the procession came 2 colored marshals on horseback, each wearing badges, and rosettes of red, white and blue. They were followed by an organization of about 50 butchers, who carried their knives at their sides, and in front of them displayed a good-size porker. Next in order came the 21st Regiment United States Colored Troops, Lieutenant Col. Bennett, commanding, preceded by a band. The regiment turned out in nearly full force, and presented a very fine appearance. The music discoursed by the band was very credible, and added much to the general effect of the whole proceedings. A company of schoolboys, the leading boy carrying a banner with the device, "We know no masters but ourselves," followed the military, and after them came a car of liberty drawn by black horses and decorated in the most gorgeous manner with flags, streamers, and banners. Within the car were seated 13 young girls, costumed in white, with colored trimmings, and each wearing a white headdress. As the car passed along, it was saluted by the spectators on each side of the street with cheers, which were acknowledged by the occupants with cheers, which were acknowledged by the occupants with smiles and the waving of handkerchiefs. The preachers, elders, Sunday school teachers, and Bible societies of the various colored denominations in the city formed the next feature in the procession. Then appeared 1,800 school children, boys and girls, with their white teachers walking beside them, and displaying mottos, of which, "We know no caste or color," the heroes of the war, Grant, Sherman, Sheridan, Gilmore, Terry, Thomas, Farragut, Dahlgren, Porter, are only a sample. Throughout the march they observed good order, and showed by their joyful countenances that they thoroughly appreciated the improved change which has been worked out for them. The tailors, carrying shears as the emblem of their trade, and the coopers, with hoops in their hands, turned out in large force. After them came the firemen, there being no less than 10 organizations represented in the line. They were dressed in red shirts, with belts around their waists, and made an attractive feature in the procession. The various trade association, including painters, blacksmiths, carpenters, wheelwrights, barbers, and others, all came in regular order. These were followed by a cart drawn by a mule, and containing an auctioneer, who was standing over 2 women seated on a block, with their children standing about them. A boy was also in the cart, whose office was to ring a bell with all the energy possessed. The cart bore the announcement, "A number of Negroes for sale," and as it moved along the auctioneer would appeal to the crowd for a bid, making use of the phrases which are usually heard in a Negro auction room. For instance, the bystanders were repeatedly informed that such a one was an excellent cook, or an expert seamstress, or a valuable field hand, and that some one of the number had run the price up to an extravagant amount in Confederate money, of course. Attached to the cart was a long rope tied to which was a number of men and women. Next was a hearse, bearing a coffin, and having the inscriptions, "Slavery is dead, who owns him? No one." Sumter dug his grave on the 13th of April 1861. The hearse was followed by mourners dressed in deep black. 50 sailors with their officers, a company of wood sawyers, a band of newspaper carriers, and several clubs and associations brought up the rear of the procession. At intervals throughout the line were displayed the American colors, kindly furnished for the occasion by Rear Admiral Dahlgren. Ad ICS. 6 Literary Provocateur, a case study of John A. Leland 193. The route taken was through the principal street of the city below the Citadel, and the length of the procession is estimated to have been about 3 miles. The carriages of Gen. Hatch, Gen. Saxton, and Col. Woodford, were frequently halted and their occupants cheered. Whenever the American flag was passed, it was honored with shouts and the waving of handkerchiefs and caps. Stands had been erected at the Citadel Square for the accommodation of speakers, but in consequence of rain the addresses were postponed. At a little after dark the proceedings terminated and the participants returned to their homes. Charleston never before witnessed such a spectacle as that presented on Tuesday of last week. Of course, the innovation was by no means pleasant to the old residents, but they had sense enough to keep their thoughts to themselves. The only expressions of dislike I heard uttered proceeded from a knot of young ladies standing on a balcony, who declared the whole affair shameful, disgraceful. The colored people themselves were wild with enthusiasm, and as an evidence of their patriotism it is stated that no less than 100 were enrolled as recruits in the United States service on that one day. Notwithstanding the pomp and circumstances created by Northern celebrations within a generally hostile Southern environment, or the role of some 180,000 non-citizen African soldiers and sailors in defeating Confederate forces, the steely experiences of the Civil War fused a number of social pathologies and cultural political predispositions into a tenuous peace. Augmented by the demands of an expanding Northern industrialized war economy, institutionalized racism persisted as a stratagem for economic hegemony between victor and loser. That is to say, after 4 years of war in which over 600,000 soldiers were killed, unresolved racial power relationships were now transferred into what would be an interminable conflict over racial empowerment. Though the Civil War officially ended on April 9, 1865, and millions of Africans were no longer enslaved, the nearly 200,000 colored troops who fought and survived the conflict soon realized that the line between victor and vanquished was far from being settled in 1865. In fact, it was an unremitting hatred for blacks and non-conservative Republicans that motivated Southern secessionists, propagandists, and educators such as Leland to proclaim that any return to normalcy first required an immediate reinstatement of Anglo-Saxon law and tradition. Accordingly, Leland's book, written in a style reminiscent of many Southern white writers of that era, yearned for an idealized old virtuous South, where survival of the fittest ruled, and most important, all others knew their place in the order of things. While neither of these craving would ever be attainable, they bore the Old South's mythological stamp of racial privilege and its unmistaken social prerequisites for Southern white privilege, social etiquette, political independence, and racial separation. As one historian put it, Southern whites' bitterness ran deep and many felt slavery was dead, but slavery was what the Africans were meant for, and something as near as possible to slavery was what they were going to get. The South might have been defeated in war, but her resources for racial oppression were by no means exhausted. Asterisk. Leland's literary terrorism. Embedded in A Voice from South Carolina is Leland's glorification of the old 13 colonies as the foundation of all that was pure, in which South Carolina he affirms was the cornerstone. In one short century, she seems to have run her whole career of rise, progress, decline, and fall. She has the same bright sky above her, as in her palmist days. 194. The same broad rivers flowing from her mountains to his seaboard, the same fertile soil and genial climates. Trademark from this analysis, nostalgia functioning in the defense of an idea was clearly meant to promote emotional thoughts and discussions about a past American century filled with exalted struggles against an evil and formidable British foe. Now, almost 100 years and 2 rebellions later, historical events had found a new scribe in Leland. Envisioning himself as the quintessential patriot, Leland expressed his own particular shame and fancied guilt as contributing factors that led to the disintegration of the Union into one Confederate the other Federal, when lamenting, "'Tis Greece, but living Greece no more." Constructing a philosophical affiliation with ancient Greece was indeed a very bold strategy for a revisionist such as Leland. By depicting parallels between ancient Greece and America's southern states, he postulated a number of relationships, namely, that Greece's class and caste system and its mythological constructs were comparable to 19th-century Western slave societies and the notion of a Pax Americana *. However, Those who accepted his moralizing discourses on that glorious old Anglo-Saxon race undoubtedly forgot, didn't know, or chose to ignore Greece's cultural indebtedness to ancient Egypt. In this regard, author Ronald Siegel reminded us that most Southern whites, however, had no such prosperity to protect. Yet they were encouraged to believe that whatever their particular circumstances, they were the beneficiaries and guardians of a singular civilization, one of stability and harmony and graciousness, whose very existence depended upon the system of slavery. A favorable comparison with the slave-owning culture of ancient Greece affected especially those few who were relatively well educated. On small farms and in workshops, more influential was the favorable contrast between Southern society and the predatory capitalism of the industrial North. More influential still was the connection between slavery and color, which gave to the meanest white, without hope of a single slave to call his own, a sense of superiority to the multitude of blacks. Very much in line with this analysis, Leland envisioned South Carolina's white population as the last vestige of a superior culture, that while overwhelmed by the forces of evil, struggles on to survive as the beleaguered century for humanity and Southern white Christian values. Emphasizing this point, he elegically alludes to the emotions of a repenting son, who in seeking to protect his grieving mother, proclaims this voice from South Carolina comes from one of her humble sons, whose earnest desire is to cling but the closer to her side on the day of her humiliation. Of course, not every observer of the ex-Confederacy was as enamored as Leland in describing the South's humbled sons. For instance, one traveler in northern Alabama reported on the bitterness between struggling yeoman farmers and poor whites who predominated numerically in region dominated by the planter class. They are ignorant and vindictive, live in poor huts, drink much, and all use tobacco and snuff. They want to organize and receive recognition by the United States government in order to get revenge, really want to be bushwhackers supported by the federal government. They wish to have the power to hang, shoot, and destroy in retaliation for the wrongs they have endured. They hate the big nigger holders, whom they accuse of bringing on the war and who, they are afraid, would get into power again. They are the refuge, poor white element of low character, shiftless, with no ambition. 6. Literary Provocateur, a case study of John A. Leland 195. However, existing alongside millions of Southern whites who mourned their inert Confederacy was Leland's moralizing polemics that explicitly pitted the rights of abused whites against the immediate threat posed by African rule in South Carolina. Warning whites to be psychologically ready for the coming racial Armageddon and a triumphant Denmark VC-type rebel, a voice from South Carolina assails the development of despotic African rule in the Carolinas and elsewhere, registered formulating a message instituted to instill a sense of moral urgency. Leland warned, "When the passions of men shall have had time to cool down, and the deadly hate so long cherished shall have died out with the generation who have fomented it, the course of South Carolina, in what is called her secession mania, will not appear so reckless and mad as our present school histories represent it. The moral mania on the other side will then come more prominently forward, and even their posterity will wonder at the madness that ruled the hour. Slavery was the occasion of all this mania on both sides, and posterity will know the facts of the case, without being distempered by morbid sentiment registered." By implication, his reasoning decreed that the Civil War was a mistake, a misguided venture into moral mania by men of the same cloth, who in their passion did not realize that it was the slave and conspiring abolitionist who divided the Union. It is they, Leland argued, who bore full responsibility for the present calamity, mischief, and destructive terror. In a sense, his belittling of liberal whites' morbid sentiment and moral mania over their own slave property attested to his own fundamental pro-slavery stance. It will not then be forgotten, that, at the time of the adoption of the Constitution, all of the states were slave-holding, with a single exception, that slavery was fully recognized and guaranteed in the fundamental law of the land, and that all efforts at its abolition were really acts of disloyalty to the government. As a member of an articulate and educated Southern class, Leland's views on race and class were generally shared by most Southern whites. He was astute enough to realize that speech as well as the written word with its array of metaphors and semantic strategies could be used to shape and manipulate human reactions once given the proper social framework. In this respect, his personal experiences were the ultimate framework on which he immersed himself in real and figurative battles between the forces of good and evil. These battles, as he saw it, were largely waged by a succinct use of political propaganda that reshaped humans' perception of reality and hence their actions. This he assumed was true for both the ex-master and the ex-slave. From this skewed perspective, a voice from South Carolina addressed a number of exigencies faced by returning Confederate soldiers: destroyed plantations, devastated houses, wasted cattle, and the freeing of the slave. Discerning that nothing could inflame the passions of these battle-hardened war veterans than newspaper or journal articles depicting indignant suffering white women who lost their husbands, sons, and fathers to the Confederate cause, he envisions an emotional scene in which returning Southern soldiers find devastated homesteads and a motley gang, miscegenation, and open concubinage the prevailing habits of the new settlers. Registered with this as his social framework for Reconstruction, he cleverly presupposes that the Confederate warrior knew that his impulse was to put his family and all he held dear, as far as possible from this moral pestilence. It could be his home no longer, as aliens threatened Southern life and traditions, and rule the day. 196. In allegoric fashion, Leland continues on to describe South Carolina's famed city of Charleston not as a port city but as a virtuous female, who once opened her loving proud arms to all, but who now laid raped, beaten, and infested by the peculiar rites of the conquerors. Registered symbolic descriptions of this sort, devised to elicit a spirited rush of Southern nationalism, also alerted devotees that the sacredness of a once proud land that was personified by Robert E. Lee, John C. Calhoun, slavery and chivalry was now imperiled, and all should petition as he did, "Father, forgive them, they know not what they do." Registered, although poetic at times, Leland's verbiage in describing Southern virtue was often in direct conflict with historical data. For example, his use of biblical phrases and characters such as Samson as analogies for South Carolina's post-Civil War period is ludicrous, yet symptomatic of a deeper malaise that for centuries Southern whites labored under, a psychological love-hate impasse with the enslaved that ultimately raised questions as to Southern whites' psychological inadequacy as enslavers. For example, historian T.J. Stiles noted in his study on terrorism and interracial relationships during American slavery that the relationship between master and slave was complicated, contradictory, and sometimes unsettling. Registered, he further notes that slave owners entertained a convoluted, paradoxical outlook. On the one hand, they believed that blacks were intrinsically inferior; on the other, they implicitly acknowledged their humanity. Registered, if this observation is correct, it was the African sense of their own humanity that whites felt a need to control by force. Addressing this concern, Frederick Douglass wrote, "If a slave has a bad master, his ambition is to get a better; when he gets a better, he aspires to have the best, and when he gets the best, he aspires to be his own master." In addition, Leland's figurative use of the terms motley gang, miscegenation, and concubine to describe the African female materialized as an attempt to dismiss the victim role of enslaved females in the institutionalized miscegenation slave owners' world of rape. This, of course, is intriguing coming from the president of a women's college, albeit for white females. Though Leland dedicated his book to the woman of South Carolina, it was a futile attempt to replace the villainous reality of sexual assault and violence visited on enslaved women with a self-indulgent reference to Southern white women by a pampered, vindictive aristocracy. This kind of pandering and excessive manipulation of reality is instructive as to what can occur in a world of illusory virtuosity where the once proud are defeated yet see demons at every turn. Social psychologist Robert Bales noticed that in such volatile situations, the culture of the interacting group stimulates in each of its members a feeling that he has entered a new realm of reality, a world of heroes, villains, saints, and enemies, a drama, a work of art. The culture of a group is a fantasy established from the past, which is acted upon in the present. In such moments, which occur not only in groups, but also in individuals' responses to works of art, one is transported to a world which seems somehow even more real than the everyday world. In the case of South Carolina, persecution as perceived by the Lelands of the South, was ultimately the result of an onslaught of demons such as scalawags, carpetbaggers, radical Republicans, and niggers who had to be resisted by spirited men called Ku Klux. Similarly, he claims that once the war had terminated, no animosity or revenge was felt by Southerners toward the Negro, for they behaved admirably during the 4 long years when almost all domestic interests had been left to their care and management. And the 6. Literary Provocateur, a case study of John A. Leland 197. Whites felt grateful to them for that. 72. This changed, Leland claims, once the actions of scoundrels and carpetbaggers won the day and destroyed an otherwise balanced relationship between the races. Finally and incredulously he declares, the Negro was, in no way, responsible for his emancipation, nor was generation of whites responsible for his past servitude. Both parties had been born under the institution of slavery, and there were no heart-burnings nor feelings of revenge, until these were sown in their hearts by designing scoundrels. If these carpetbaggers had been starved out, as they easily might have been, and the two races left to themselves, there would have been a continuance of that harmony which had resulted from mutual dependence and mutual goodwill. As pointed out earlier, the psychological dilemma for Southern whites hinged on the argument that Africans were inanimate objects, something devoid of true human responses, a being that could only be led by patronizing whites or deluded by conniving Northern white radicals. However convenient this argument might have seemed to Leland and his associates, its reasoning was seriously flawed when economic development within black communities gained strength and momentum. For example, the impact and growth of black newspapers with their prolific black writers and politically involved editors was profoundly significant, particularly in organizing the Underground Railroad and emigration movements to Canada and Haiti throughout the antebellum years of 1827 to 1861. In a few instances they even openly advocated support for armed slave revolts. In fact, the development of social institutions by free blacks during slavery not only ensured their survival after the Civil War but constituted a social development that defied cultural and certainly business expectations of the day, while implicitly suggesting that given the opportunity, black Americans might become an economic or political threat to white dominance in the future. These efforts and others, no matter how small in numbers, contradicted Leland's thesis of an apathetic, inanimate black populace. Nevertheless, Southern whites' disregard of these prima facie facts revealed a vital intellectual weakness in Southern racist mythology, its general failure to curtail the intellectual abilities and dispositions of freedmen in the face of white racism and mythology. In fact, one historian noted that after emancipation, the average ex-slave tried to get away from whites as quickly as he could. Radical Reconstruction did little to slow this rush toward separatism. Over the course of Reconstruction, the percentage of blacks who owned land increased from nearly nothing to 20%, while white land ownership dropped by 13%. Not surprisingly, many mid-19th century whites asked how it was possible that a supposedly inferior race, living for centuries in substandard social conditions as slaves, could suddenly articulate opinions so clearly as did Frederick Douglass and a multitude of other fugitive blacks. In his autobiography, My Bondage, My Freedom, Douglass addressed this very question by revealing a letter he sent to his publisher in 1855, in which he laid the issue to rest for those who doubted his abilities. I see, too, that there are special reasons why I should write my own biography, in preference to employing another to do it. Not only is slavery on trial, but unfortunately, the enslaved people are also on trial. It is alleged that they are naturally inferior, that they are so low in the scale of humanity, and so utterly stupid, that they are unconscious of their wrongs, and do not apprehend their rights. Looking then, at your request, from this standpoint, and wishing everything of which you think me capable to go to the benefit of 198. My afflicted people, I part with my doubts and hesitation, and proceed to furnish you the desired manuscript, hoping that you may be able to make such arrangements for its publication as shall be best adapted to accomplish that good which you so enthusiastically anticipate. *degree. White South Carolinian fears. White Americans' marginalizing of African American civil and human rights throughout the South and in much of the North was generally rationalized away to be a result of their low intellectual capabilities and inferior cultural attributes. This belief was reinforced by a dogma of intolerance that restricted most white Americans' understanding of racial conflict to be either what they have read in newspapers or information they received through conversation. Consequently, what was considered common and time-tested knowledge on race, slavery, and Reconstruction was more often than not information premised on orchestrated political agendas. This was the case in South Carolina, where a persistent post-Civil War secessionist-minded white population of varying class backgrounds now confronted the political and economic vigor of an ex-enslaved population determined to shed over 250 years of imposed racial subjugation. Within this political cauldron, propagandists similar to Leland reminded their white constituents that irrespective of what one's social status was vis-a-vis the slave before Appomattox, in those minuscule or grand things of daily life, race would forever be the primary denominator, definer, and arbitrator of social position. In this fashion, new recruits to the Ku Klux Klan in 1867 were charged with the following order. Our main and fundamental objective is the maintenance of the supremacy of the white race in this republic. History and physiology teach us that we belong to a race which nature had endowed with an evident superiority over all other races, and that the Maker, in thus elevating us above the common standard of human creation, has intended to give us over inferior races a dominion from which no human laws can permanently derogate. With the enemy clearly targeted and an enraged white populace as symbols of dominance now seemingly defined by official Ku Klux mandates, challenges by audacious blacks on a daily basis forced the Lelands of South Carolina to lecture, harangue, and otherwise incite Southern whites to use violence as a means of halting blacks' enfranchisement. Bemoaning the times, Leland explains. South Carolina was particularly odious as the leader in secession. Whatever justification or appeal came from her borders, fell on ears most unsympathizing, and the stereotyped reply, "Served her right," was the only satisfaction vouchsafed. Her slaves were in a vast majority, more than 3-2 in the aggregate, and in some sections of her low country, as many as 10-1. The congressional policy of Reconstruction, therefore, has not only revolutionized her government and closed her record as one of the Old 13, but has changed her caste among the peoples of the earth, as far as legislation can do so. A native from the wilds of Africa could, at that time, have reached higher stations, and enjoyed greater privileges and immunities, than any of her native-born sons of the great Anglo-Saxon family. Concerns about social if not physical displacement was very much grounded in the physical fear of Southern whites of the native from the wilds of Africa. With the Aboli. 6. Literary Provocateur, a case study of John A. Leland. 199. Of slavery by the 13th Amendment, the ratification of the 14th Amendment and its due process and property rights provisions, and then the enactment of the 15th Amendment's voting rights constructs in 1870, the sinews of political control appeared to ever so slowly favor the native majority in South Carolina. For whites living in Florida, Mississippi, Louisiana, and South Carolina, where blacks constituted a strong numerical majority, the implications were immense. This alarming situation was but a prelude to the slaves' elevation and political equality with their former owners. Advocating that whites must resist any such attempts for black empowerment, Leland blamed thick-skinned, heartless, zealous carpetbaggers and black Republicans for creating a cruel situation that was sowing suspicion, enmity, and even deadly hate between the races, a situation that he emphatically believed had transformed the inoffensive Sambo into a political instrument for Republican use. The problem, as he saw it, was getting white Carolinians to revise their fear of being a beleaguered, helpless minority into that of an organized physical force that could resist a vengeful and impassioned black majority. He implores his readers to accept the notion that quickness of mind, stealth, and assertiveness were not exclusive characteristics of a particular strata of whites, but innate attributes of all whites regardless of their class background. As if a Confederate military defeat never occurred, Leland condemned any recognition of black enfranchisement, choosing instead to infer that the old 13 of 1776 was betrayed by Republicans when they placed the native from the wilds above the native-born sons of America. With this as his vision of Reconstruction, the native African was an annoyance, an alien, a bothersome thing, a social irritant, an interloper, but most significantly an economic competitor and a visual reminder of social, political, and cultural differences within the nation. Commenting on this kind of anxiety, social psychologist J.A.C. Brown observed that extreme expressions and demonstrations of ethnocentric behavior, similar to Leland's, often occur when the legitimacy of a social philosophy is at stake. When this happens, forceful violent deeds are rationalized as necessary defensive acts that in time forge a stronger sense of group solidarity. As a result, frustrated people need to hate because hatred when shared with others is the most potent of all unifying emotions. As Heine wrote, what Christian love cannot do is affected by a common hatred. Psychologically speaking, what happens is that, when an individual is frustrated in his attempt to reach a goal, aggression naturally arises, probably with the original function of massing all his energies to overcome the obstacle. But when this cannot be done, the aggression must be turned in one or both of two directions, inwardly against the self, or outwardly against a substitute object *. Similarly, Leland utilized a style of language that endeavored to reduce his readers' political options to a common denominator, anti-republicanism. Any deviation from this way of thinking had to be crushed. Accordingly, ex-overseers, traders, planters, white merchants, ex-Confederate soldiers, indigent whites, household mothers, and their children had to be persuaded and if need be terrorized to accept the notion that it was an unholy union of black Republicans and white abolitionists that conspired and forged the nation's disintegration into civil war, the demise of the Confederacy and the folly of postbellum Reconstruction, * registered tragically. The veracity of these assertions were of no immediate concern for 200 advocates of Southern white empowerment. Their only concern was that enough blacks and whites would be so enraptured by Ku Klux ideology and its notions of invincibility that they would overlook the Klan's essential weakness and inept racist mythology. This, however, would not be the case, as armed resistance by individuals and organized groups of freedmen throughout the latter half of the 19th century rose to the challenge and in doing so established a heroic legacy of armed resistance to racist oppression. Epilogue. Throughout the 19th century, armed attacks by anti-slavery activists and later anti-racist forces against terrorist elements have seldom received open praise from an otherwise sympathetic African American population. This was the case on October 16, 1859, when John Brown led 18 men in an attack against slavery by assaulting the United States Federal Arsenal and Armory at Harper's Ferry, Virginia. This was also the case when 28 years earlier Nathaniel Turner led a band of raiders in a deadly attack on slave-owning families in Southampton, Virginia. Similarly, only muted praise was offered or discussed in black newspapers when blacks, whites, and indigenous rebels under the Lumbee leadership of Henry Berry Lowry and his guerrilla fighters fought against racist paramilitary groups such as the Ku Klux Klan throughout the 1870s to 1890s. In addition, little has been written explaining why Lowry's armed struggle against the Ku Klux Klan throughout in North Carolina was generally successful, or how black farmers in Darien, Georgia, were able to secure a level of respect between themselves and local whites. By not fully understanding how the philosophy of armed resistance and retaliation emerged as an effective tool for freedmen during Reconstruction, the unwary traveler through the past might easily fall victim to the mythological ravings and analysis of distorted history. It is apparent that when detailed examination of historical data from Reconstruction is weaned from 19th-century newspapers, archives, and personal diaries, examples of armed resistance by African Americans to racist provocations is available. However, compiling this data requires of the researcher an ability to understand that most acts of resistance by blacks to either racist provocations or defense of their homes or family was masked by official labels and statistics indicating criminality. As a result, the armed bandit outside of town may not be that much different in motivation from the mugger who robbed a gentleman walking down King Street in Charleston. They both were responding to a system that neither created, yet were condemned to survive in. Similarly, the sharecropping freedman who was awakened at night to find Klansmen or others at their cabin door were considered criminals if they proceeded to fire their pistol or rifle in self-defense. New Orleans innocents who paraded with flags depicting a black man held to the ground by a white man with a knife to his neck were not viewed as inciting racial conflict but simply. 201. 202 Epilogue. Practicing their constitutional right to demonstrate. It is also apparent that while increased forms of institutionalized racism and provocative actions by local citizens precipitated racial clashes in the late 1860s, fundamental social or political causes beyond that of violated social mores and tradition were not addressed by either conservative or liberal newspapers' editors. Though the notion of white criminality was unknown when it came to the issues of racial prerogatives, blackness as a social and political concept became criminalized through the actions of extra-legal organizations and supporting state laws. By 1868, ensuing discussions by freedmen on available legitimate forms of day-to-day resistance to personal infringements increasing became relegated to acts of criminality. For many Americans, regardless of racial background, legitimate armed resistance by non-whites in any context as a response to racism was absent and consequently unthinkable, yet it occurred. Thus both Louisiana and South Carolina freedmen who rejected the notion of having to stand up or outside a streetcar due to their color were labeled by conservatives as troublemakers or criminals. Conversely, whites injured after an altercation with discriminated blacks were quickly converted into victims of an outrage. Even more revealing are a paucity of articles in the freedmen press that would even consider legitimizing reports of armed blacks defending themselves against white gangs. This observation is even more significant in that it suggests that while some editors were concerned about the limits of their First Amendment rights, others were worried about violent repercussions. Tragically, one of the unspoken realities of being black in America during the latter half of the 19th century was the forced ambivalence that some narrators felt impelled to portray when it came to the issue armed self-defense. Consequently, succeeding generations attempting to fully comprehend the exigencies of Reconstruction and Ku Klux terrorism were confronted with the challenge to get past the mythologies of a past era. Part of the social historian's dilemma is that not until recent years has the perception of a freedom fighter been associated with black Americans or their struggle against racist elements within America itself. The image of armed blacks killing members of the Ku Klux is not part of American folklore. The concept for many whites and undoubtedly black Americans was an anathema. Better understood or tolerated is the image of a lynched freedman. Thus, one of the unspoken realities of being black in America is having an awareness of white America's historical reluctance about the portrayal of race and armed social conflict. Unfortunately, resulting assumptions made about American democracy preclude serious discussions on terrorism by Americans against Americans. As a result, armed resistance by black Americans to attacks by pro-American but anti-black groups during Reconstruction and afterward were consistently depicted as criminal. As expected, when armed resistance appeared effective, inquiries pertaining to the political efficacy of armed resistance by blacks were then excessively debated, analyzed, and evaluated within the constructs of the dominant institutional structures as a social problem. An even more contentious observation is observed when evaluating how this salient issue is portrayed in educational institutions. For example, one can speculate on the frequency that texts such as William Starrin's novel The Confessions of Nat Turner, John Lofton's Insurrection in South Carolina, The Turbulent World of Denmark vc. or a lesser-known but important work, Black Freedom/White Violence, 1865–1900, edited by Donald Neiman, are cited for their important analysis on the conditions and personalities that are shaped by terror-framed social environments. In this respect, American history books have Jenner 203. Ally forgotten, overlooked, or minimized the efforts of its native black sons and daughters in their fight against American homegrown terrorism. Even more grievously, when vigorous response by blacks, people of color or anti-racist whites are addressed, they are portrayed as madmen, criminals, or misguided adventurers. This was the situation when Lowry and his band of raiders were depicted as Robin Hood types, devoid of political clarity but saturated with personal vendettas and uncontrollable bloodthirsts. Similarly, with the exception of recently published studies, radical white anti-slavery activists such as John Brown were and are depicted as madmen, psychotic, extreme religious zealots who easily led groups of duped blacks and traitorous whites into misadventures, such as the 1858 attack on Harper's Ferry. Even more egregious are the forgotten names, biographies, and testimonies of black men and women who participated directly and indirectly in armed resistance efforts against extreme racial oppression throughout the centuries of American slavery. Few Americans are able to identify the raiders at Harper's Ferry or why the attack occurred. Fewer even realize that those blacks who participated in the attack, Dangerfield Newby, Shields Green, John Anthony Copeland, Jr., Lewis Sheridan Leary, and Osborne Perry Anderson were the predecessors to almost 200,000 black soldiers who eventually fought against slavery just 16 months later. Furthermore, years later when history books underscored the brilliance of American poet laureate Langston Hughes, they seldom mentioned that it was his grandmother Mary Sampson Patterson Leary's recollections about her first husband, Lewis Sheridan Leary, who fought against slavery at Harper's Ferry that aided Hughes in his own political development and understanding of the workings of racism. Though one can only speculate about the influence this knowledge had on Hughes's thoughts and creative expression as a writer and poet, one biographer did write. He was too young as a schoolboy to place in historical perspective some of the events his grandmother related, but the remembrance of them remained with him. On one occasion she took him to Osawatomie, where John Brown lived. There, 3 years before she died, he saw her seated on the speaker's platform with Teddy Roosevelt, honored as the last surviving widow of John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry. Years later, in a letter to Arthur Spingarn, a friend and avid collector of books and archives about African Americans, Langston underscored the importance of knowing this history. "I didn't know any of the things you told me about Sheridan Leary in your letter. I am mighty glad to have those facts, and it was surely good of you to look them up for me. I wish I had been old enough to learn more from my grandmother before she died." On the other hand, many Americans black and white are familiar with an almost folkloric ardor, secessionist notables of the Confederate States of America, such as Robert E. Lee, Jeb Stuart, and Jefferson Davis. The implications of these historical priorities are very apparent. The continued absence in literature of African Americans as armed freedom fighters against slavery and racial terrorism is not by accident, but symptomatic of an attempt by many scholars and institutions to view this kind of historical representation within the educational curriculum with disgust. Needless to say, institutional fear of what such testimonies might depict about America's bloody battle with racial phobias is not as troubling as the nation's continued receptiveness of terrorist symbols as an acceptable facet of Americana. However unfortunate it may be, social political history interpreted by educators and 204 Epilogue with the mindset of a John Leland will always be saturated in mythological triumphs and ascribed racial authority. This was certainly the case after the Civil War, when philosophies of social truth, power retention, and ascribed racial hegemony were synonymous primarily because they rested on rationalized pillars of human aggression. In this respect, psychologist John Creighton reminds us that human aggression is most dangerous when it is attached to the great absolutarian psychological constellations, the grandiose self and the archaic omnipotent object. The most gruesome human destructiveness is encountered, not in the form of wild, regressive, and primitive behavior, but in the form of orderly and organized activities in which the perpetrator's destructiveness is alloyed to absolute conviction about their greatness and with their devotion to archaic omnipotent figures degree. Ironically, notwithstanding their attack on the federal government and losses during the Civil War, Southern secessionists easily discerned that America's vision of greatness and manifested destiny was still their birthright. With this as an assumed social truth, Leland's A Voice from South Carolina, as well as Ella Gertrude Thomas's diary, The Secret I, were unquestionably convenient vehicles created to establish a world that perpetuated an American vision premised on racial and indeed class privilege. In fact, their individual testimonies are significant not because of any supposed notion of historical accuracy, but because they provided later generations with a detailed subjective recitation on what they believed to be the truth in their time. Lacking the ability to walk in Ella Thomas's shoes, one must value her succinctly written diary as a valuable insight into the daily household dilemma of a post-bellum, former slave-owning plantation family on the path to financial ruin. Surrounded by social confusion and political disruption, Ella's diary exudes both personal fear and uncertainty about the future, yet portends a deeply felt commitment to Southern class values and her beloved Confederacy, particularly when she wrote, "I am writing history for you my children, and your mother tells you now of her interview with the man whom she most delights to honor, tells you of our President Jefferson Davis, dearer, far dearer now in the hour of defeat than he was when Chief Magistrate of the Southern Confederacy. How I sympathized with our fallen chieftain in his degradation when he was taken through our streets closely guarded, no woman in that hour of peril to wave her handkerchief to him to make sign of sympathy, and men so crushed by defeat that the closed carriage passed by crowds who dared not to cheer him for fear of sharing his fate. We could do nothing else for you my President, and we did all we could. We named our boy for you, our boy who during the first year of the war I never dreamed of calling for our successful chief, but we felt honored in identifying ourselves with him in his change of fortune." Though Ella's testimony on a deadly Southern fantasy facilitates our understanding of life for a certain class of Southern whites in the aftermath of Civil War, surely those black soldiers who captured Jefferson Davis or those watching him pass through the streets as a captive held quite a different view. What thoughts roamed through their minds' eyes about the Confederacy? They too were Southerners. And while Ella was certainly not writing for them, unfortunately little testimony exists of the world from their perspective. Yet one can speculate as to the derision if not outright contempt held for their prisoner or Confederates in general registered. 205. Ultimately millions of Southern whites and secessionists in particular were soon confronted with the reality that the deadly fantasy which they were weaned on since childhood had now gone terribly wrong. And though the Ella Thomases of the South penned wretched and despairing thoughts in diaries for posterity, neither their testimony nor nostalgia could eliminate or neutralize the terror-filled experiences of Ku Klux victims. However, thoughtful analysis on Ku Klux terror and its supporters do raise additional questions about the processing of information in stressful situations such as what was occurring in the latter part of 19th century America. For example, we know that an individual's understanding of an event is critically affected by the way information is received and transmitted. Moreover, varying historical periods were replete with different methodological constructs by which events and information were converted into meaningful data. Knowing the time and speed in which events are processed, reviewed, and understood within identifiable historical contexts such as 19th century Southern America is critical when assessing or giving meaning to events or people within that period. Correspondingly, time as a measurable entity in 19th century America, especially in southern states, was different from many other parts of the country. Words, sentences, and conversations occurred in response to different stimuli, and as a result how information was received and analyzed during the 19th century was considerably slower than today. Degree understanding this phenomenon is critical when discerning how decisions were rendered 150 years ago. In the South, as in many agricultural regions, information and opinion-making processes occurred more often from mediation, contemplation and reflection that eventually was restructured and streamlined into data and eventually knowledge. This process was essential for the maintenance of a sense of community. That is to say, communication and information processing help define community networks. In fact, the concept of community was established by the effective development of face-to-face verbal networks that in turn fostered a community's sense of order and well-defined expectations. A more critical analysis of these southern rural and town networks reveal a meaningful hierarchy of moral, social and power relationships among community members that in itself became important to information transmission. For propagandists like John A. Leland, communication linkages within a Southern parochial and colloquial social structure such as Lawrence, South Carolina, were vital for his efforts to get community folk to make the correct associations for what he deemed should be the proper development of postbellum South Carolina. In this regard, his decision to evaluate South Carolina through a voice from South Carolina's journal format was similar to Ella Thomas's diary in that both methods were highly subjective, and in specific instances, almost gospel-like in their appeals. While their candor and reasoning rarely complemented each other, they acquiesced to the emotional needs of a vanquished order, the Confederacy. In spite of this, every repudiation of the freedmen's presence by Southerners such as Leland and Thomas inadvertently admitted to the ex-slave saliency as a political, economic, intellectual, physical, and psychological threat. Thus, a quixotic notion of racial preeminence combined with an infectious form of social paranoia filled the pages of their respective works, compelling the reader to envision a frightening fulfillment of an apocalyptic prophecy: tyrannical African rule. With this said, an even more serious predicament existed for the Lelands and Thomases of the South in that total freedmen enfranchisement by 1870 was no longer a theory but a 206 epilogue. Distinct possibility. This being the case, any resulting recognition of the ex-slaves' humanity immediately challenged Southern whites' childhood illusions and adult obsessions about the character of a supposed Sambo, Cudjoe, and Cuffee. The paradox of course was that for white Americans, whether they were Southern Democrats, Northern conservative Republicans or die-hard secessionist or liberals, it was agreed that it was far better to have a compliant non-aggressive, deferential dependent stereotype Sambo-type freedman in government or business than one who was self-reliant, assertive, and vengeful, one who conservatives feared would assuredly establish a troublesome non-white hegemonic political challenge. Assuredly apologists for the Confederacy would have suggested it was better to have a compliant Harriet Beecher Stowe novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin, or Life Among the Lowly, as a literary model for the future, than Martin Delany's description of a successful rebel leader in his novel, Blake, or The Huts of America. Better a black South Carolinian conservative like William Beverly Nash in the state legislature than an anti-conservative and undefeated Lumbee guerrilla leader like Lowry who roamed the countryside. In this respect, Southern conservatives anticipated that by temporarily supporting deferential black leadership, whites and blacks could be induced to generally accepting these stereotypes as the only acceptable models for social tranquility. While much of this reasoning was premised on centuries of class and racial dominance, it was primarily an analysis floating on a sea of mythology, or as Ralph Ellison noted, and as always when the belief which nurtures a great social myth declines, large sections of society become prey to superstition. For man without myth is Othello with Desdemona gone, chaos descends, faith vanishes, and superstitions prowl in the mind. Though Leland's interpretation of Christian values, Grecian history, and seething Anglo-Saxon ethnocentricity reinforced the likelihood of racial conflict, without racial social stratification throughout the South open violent class warfare among white Americans would have occurred. Through the promoting of racial and caste differences, Southern propagandists similar to Leland were able to provide a necessary social disguise for an emerging capitalist structure that concluded, any fostering of racial alliances among both rural and urban workers was a problematic and political, albeit socialist threat that needed to be averted. A speaker at the 1869 Philadelphia Labor Convention either purposely or inadvertently clarified the danger for astute industrialists and planters when he posited the following observation. To anyone who has watched the deliberations of this Congress of Artisans and Workingmen, one peculiar fact stands out in a bold relief, viz., that the barriers of class and caste have been broken down, so far as the laboring classes of the country are concerned, if we are to take the solemnly avowed sentiments of this body as indicative of the feelings that exist among the constituencies therein represented. For the first time in the history of this nation a convention has been held in which working men and working women, white and black, loyalist and ex-rebels, have met together upon terms of perfect equality, for the purpose of taking deliberative action on vital questions affecting equally the interest of all. *. Unquestionably neutralizing this type of nascent interracial cooperation between urban workers and rural farmers was paramount among conservative Southern propagandists, if white intraracial struggle over class and ethnic domination was to be avoided. Race therefore as a social and political construct became a critical factor in eliminating non-white Americans from equal participation in the affairs of the nation, as federal laws protecting. 207. The freedmen were minimized, circumvented, ignored, or otherwise reneged on. In similar fashion, Ku Klux mythology and propaganda descended on the languishing spirit of a frustrated, angered, and terribly deceived Southern white population who, contrary to their mythological notions of honor and integrity, tragically designed an unparalleled type of moronic violence during Reconstruction and called it valor. Out of this milieu, 19th-century American terrorism as a deadly fantasy embodied by the Ku Klux was nourished and institutionalized to become a major violator of American civil and human rights. /2AOAEETPS, me pat al /Azuabai cm fifos as lean eaepeeaim he fh ray gh fa equals 4 whelp *he, high ae, de, Arian ba. Equals raig sling aisvpla. Star. AAA. Equals. Appendix A. A Planter's Letter to The New York Times. Alternative forms of labor, such as the use of Chinese laborers, were also discussed in this New York Times letter, August 16, 1869, p. 2, Kernel 6. The experiment of introducing coolie labor, now so much the rage, I fear, will not for many years prove successful. The Negro is no fool. He understands that coolie labor is intended to supersede him, or as a means to coerce him into the planter's terms. He will not willingly submit to be driven from old home, or to accept a bare subsistence by the introduction of the stranger. Now to a comparison of the best of Negro and coolie labor. This year the wages of a full hand on the coast and islands of South Carolina are from $50 to $70 per annum, with the usual reaction, viz., 3 pounds of bacon, 1 peck of meal or grist, 1 quart of molasses and a pint of salt per week, and such quarters as the plantations afford, a garden spot, and from 1/2 to 1 acre of land for his corn and potatoes. Where the hands are employed by the year, they perform task work. These tasks are the same they performed for their old masters, and is the only relic of the old regime that they will recognize. The tasks are not heavy, and a good hand can, by going to the fields at daylight, get through with his task by noon, and do it well. The balance of the day they devote to their own corn and potato patches. Call the average wages paid during the year on a cotton plantation $60, the rations will cost the planter $40, making the cost of a full hand $100. The coolie costs, to begin with, for passage, profit to importer, etc., $100, and his wages from $12 to $15 a month, say, for the year, $160, cost of his rations, consisting of rice, fish, pork, etc., will not be less than $40, add yearly proportion of advance, say 1/5, $20, amounts to $200. In case the coolie dies or runs away, the whole advance is lost. 209. 210 Appendix A. Making $300, or 3 times the cost of Negro labor. The only advantage the planter has is that he can keep his coolies in the field all day, or from sun to sun, but can the weak and inexperienced coolie do as much work during day, and do it as well as the Negro, who was born with the hoe in his hand, can do in half the time? I think not, for the first year at least. The Negro, physically, morally and mentally is by far superior to the coolie, and if conciliated and fairly treated by the planter, is the cheapest and most intelligent laborer for the South. What is demoralizing the laborers of the South is the share system and the 2-days system, and this arises from no fault of the planter, but is the consequence of his poverty. Stripped of everything save land, by the war and the emancipation of his slaves, he has not the ability to pay wages, and since the war, Nearly every planter on the coast and islands has had hard work to feed his family on the plainest food, and only cornbread and bacon could be found for months on the board, where, before the war, all the luxuries of the world were common. On the share system, by which the freedmen are to receive a portion of the corn and cotton, usually 1/3 the cotton and 1/2 the corn crop, usually 1/3 the cotton and 1/2 the corn crop, he is fed by the planter, and the cost of his rations is deducted from his share of the cotton crop at the end of the year. In many instances during the last 3 years, when the crop has been sold, he has learned that he has eaten up his share of the cotton, and in some instances is in debt, this result being caused by the ravages of the caterpillar, and bad seasons, and not by any bad faith on the part of the planter, who has made 1 bag of cotton when he should have made 10. Nevertheless, the Negro is very suspicious, and imagined himself wronged by his employer, and determines that he will not work again on the share system, so he falls into the 2-day system, which is to say, he agrees to pay the planter for the rent of generally 3 acres of poor land, 2 days' labor per week. These 2 days' labor in many, I may say in most instances, are given with reluctance, and performed in the most careless and slovenly manner, and in many cases are not performed at all. I have seen this year, in June, the cotton choked by grass and doomed to destruction, on this system, and the planter helpless and fated to another year of poverty and suffering. As the poverty of the planter compels him to adopt such expedients as the share system and the 2-day system, so the poor freedmen, on the 2-day system, are compelled to neglect not only their own patch of corn and cotton, which frequently is overrun with grass, but in order to get corn and bacon with which to keep their families alive, they engage with the more fortunate planters in the vicinity, who can pay wages in money or food, and this the poor planter loses his 2 days' labor, or has it performed in such a manner as to be productive of nothing. The white man is decidedly the superior of the Negro, and in any conflict between the 2 races, the Negro must go to the wall. The American African is superior to the Mongolian, and in a conflict between those races the Mongolian goes down. The introduction of the coolies into the South must necessarily, owing to the poverty of the planters, be very slow. The hostility of the Negroes against the coolies will be from the start, and without the armed assistance of the whites, the latter will be driven from the country. To introduce the coolies in numbers sufficient to cultivate the cotton and rice crops of the South to their full extent, say 5 millions, would require 50 years, and an utter extermination of the Negro, leaving the country in the meantime a howling wilderness. Are the planters aware of the fact that by our immigration laws, no immigrant laborer can be held to serve for a planter's letter to the New York Times DNA longer period than 12 months, no matter what the contract, or how much has been advanced him? Without a change in these laws, Ed is a free man at the end of 12-month service. How can our Sea Island cotton planters pay $12 to $15 per month, besides rations, to coolies at the present price of the staple from 40 cents to $1 per pound against Egyptian competition, where a few cents per day is paid to laborers? Are we not deluding ourselves by believing that we possess the only soil and climate suitable to raise the long stable cotton? Already we have been surprised at the progress made in Egypt in the quality and quantity of her cotton, every year showing an improvement in the length of the staple. Samples of Egyptians were exhibited lately in Charleston that the best judges there could not tell from some of our best medium sorts, and superior to Florida's. Every year this improvement and increase of production is going on in Egypt and other countries, and competing more and more successfully with our own Sea Island cotton, and notwithstanding we have the only belt of country in the world suitable for the production of fine cotton, we see year by year the prices for our finer sorts running done in Liverpool. Soon we shall be compelled to abandon growing of the finer sorts of long staple and confine our efforts to medium qualities, and how long we can do that against the competition of the cheap labor of Egypt and other countries, who can tell? All this the planter will say is an argument in favor of cheap labor. So it is, but do we get it by paying coolies $12 to $15 per month, and feeding them besides? The only way to have cheaper labor than we have in the Negro is in the apprentice system of Cuba, where the coolie is held for 8 years and paid $4 per month. Will our legislators give us this system? I judge not from the opinions lately expressed against the coolie trade. What the South most needs to make her prosperous is capital. With capital the planter can manage and control the present laborer. Where her pays him in cash and promptly, and keeps good faith with him, his work is satisfactory, and the Negro civil, obedient, and respectful. Who raised the past year's crop 2,500,000 bales, and who is raising the prospective 3 million bales of the present year? Not the coolie, not the white man, but the Negro produced this vast amount of wealth for the country. What a commentary upon the too prevalent fashion of abusing the Negro for his idleness, etc. Does the country want 5 million bales of cotton? Let capitalist furnish the money to worthy and intelligent planters, and the country will get them. Do we wish to avoid the vices and evils of paganism and all the political and civil trouble that must follow the introduction of the coolie? Furnish the capital that is so abundant at the North, and you will not only get the cotton, but you will do more for the benefit of the Negro, by making him happy, contented, and prosperous than all the efforts of the fanatical zealots have done for him in the last 20 years. Wapu. Appendix B, excerpt from The Prostrate State by James Pike. It is the uniform testimony of experience and observation that the pure black is the best man. The admixture of white blood does no good, but the contrary. The half-breed is more treacherous, more passionate, more vicious, more delicate in constitution. But the black is a child of vice and ignorance and superstition in South Carolina as well as in Africa. What he might have been capable of, under different conditions than those in which he has ever existed, it is useless to inquire. Races of men exhibit the same general characteristics from age to age. The question which concerns us is, not what might be, or what is some remote future may be, but what now is. The Negro is suddenly thrust into conspicuous prominence in our political system, and it is his present condition, qualities, habits, propensities, that we have to deal with, and we are now all alike deeply interested with his former masters in considering the problem of his character. He is certainly not the kind of man, and his race is not the race, for whom our political institutions were originally made, and it is already a serious question whether he is the man, or is the race, for which they are adapted. We have barely entered upon the experience which is to furnish a solution of this question. It is one we need to study and try to master. The overshadowing mass of black barbarism in the South hangs like a portentous cloud upon the horizon. The country boldly confronted the question of slavery and as boldly destroyed it. It is gone, and gone forever. No man wishes to restore it. Not even in South Carolina is that man to be found. The best thinkers of the South today tell us they bless God for the war. It was necessary to get rid of slavery. But for slavery, they believe, the original slave states of the South would be among the greatest and most flourishing of all our commonwealths. It is the Negro who has been the innocent cause of their despoliation. It is the Negro that rests like an incubus upon them. Their viral forces pulsate under ribs of 212 iron which will not give them play. It is the man from Africa who today best rides them like a colossus. He came in helplessness, he has risen in strength. He was the servant of South Carolina, he has become her master. These are the appalling facts that make it important and necessary that the Negro should be studied and understood by the whole country. It is not a question for South Carolina merely, it is a question for the nation. For it is a question of the predominance and antagonism of races. If it be true that this is not a white man's government, is it true of any state that it shall be a black man's government? It is a question for statesmanship to answer whether it can be expected that the white man will long stand passively by and see all the power of legislation wielded by the inferior race. And more, whether he can be expected to witness patiently the still more exasperating spectacle of the ignorance and venality of the blacks, bearing sway over the intelligence, probity, and honest manhood of the state. There is a more element in every state. There is its conscience, its sense of right, its hatred of wrong. These are its genuine and unconquerable revolutionary forces. Once roused, We have a state on fire, and a fire which politics and politicians are always powerless to quench. It is the fanaticism of justice, which the stars in their courses sustain, and against which no attribute of the Almighty takes part. We only disposed of one phase of the Negro question in abolishing slavery. The great perplexity of establishing just relations between the races in the Negro states is yet to be encountered. And it comes upon the country under a cloud of embarrassments. It has to be settled under the growing urgency and doubtful solution of the question whether the great mass of the black population at the South is not now mentally and morally unfit for self-government, and whether the progress of events will not force a modification of the original Reconstruction Acts not based upon race or color or previous condition, but upon other considerations yet to be evolved and elucidated. Fancy the moral condition of a state in which a large majority of all its voting citizens are habitually guilty of thieving and of concubinage. Yet such is the condition of South Carolina. Are we to be told that the civilization of the 19th century has nothing better to propose than this for the government of one of the oldest and proudest states or the American Union? As it is morally, so it is intellectually. These same rulers of a great state, speaking of them as a whole, neither read nor write. They are as ignorant and as irresponsible in the exercise of their political functions as would be the Bedouin Arab of the desert, or the roving Comanches of the plains, if called upon to choose the rulers of New York or Massachusetts. Is this the self-government for which a war of 7 years was waged, in which the best blood of a nation was shed, and to secure the results of which a written constitution was painfully elaborated by its wisest and most conscientious men, in order that justice and liberty might forever be maintained in the states of the model American Republic? Tell us what government of any civilized state of the Old World, if imported into South Carolina, would be as oppressive upon, and as unfit for, the 300,000 white people of that state, as that which now curses it under the name of Republican. Appendix C, Testimony of Elias Thompson. Regarding Klan activity. The next question was, who did you vote for? I told them I voted for Mr. Turner, Claudius Turner, a gentleman in the neighborhood. They said, what did you vote for him for? I said, I thought a good deal of him, he was a neighbor. I told them I disremembered who was on the ticket besides, but they had several, and I voted the ticket. What did you do that for? They said. Says I, because I thought it was right. They said, you thought it was right? It was right wrong. I said, I never do anything hardly if I think it is wrong, if it was wrong did not know it. That was my opinion at the time, and I thought every man ought to vote according to his notions. He said, if you had taken the advice of your friends you would have been better off. I told him I had. Says I, you may be a friend to me, but I can't tell who you are. Says he, can't you recognize anybody here? I told him I could not, in the condition you are in now I can't tell who you are. One of them had a very large set of teeth. I suppose they were 3/4 of an inch long. They came right straight down. He came up to me and sort of nodded. He had on speckled horns and calico stuff, and had a face on. He said, have you got a chisel here I could get? I told him I hadn't, but I reckoned I could knock one out, and I sort of laughed. He said, what in hell are you laughing at? It is no laughing time. I told him it sort of tickled me, and I thought I would laugh. I did not say anything to them for a good while. Old man. Says one, have you got a rope here, or plowline, or something of the sort? I told him, yes, I had one hanging on the crib. He said, let us have it. One of them says, string him up to this pine tree, and we will get all out of him. Get up, one of you, and let us pull him up, and he will tell the truth. I says, I can't tell you anything more than have told. There is nothing I can tell you but what I have told you that you asked me. One man questioned me all this time. One would come up and say, let's hang him a while, and he will tell us the truth. Another them came up and said, old man, we are just from hell. Some of us have been dead ever since the Revolutionary War. Another one said, we have heard your conversation for the last 6 months. I came up from under your kitchen floor just this night, and I have heard your conversation a good while. I was not scared, and said, you have been through a right smart of experience. Yes, he says, we have just come from hell. I said, if I had been there I would not want to go back. One says, have you heard a wild goose holler lately? I said, I heard one the other night. Said he, that is one of us coming over and looking down to see what you have been doing this time. I said, you must fly, then. He says when we start we can go a long ways. And then said, how far is it to Asheville? I said, about 60 miles. He said, how far to Spartanburg? I says, 10 miles. He says, we have got to go to Spartanburg tonight, and from there to Asheville before daylight. It was then about 2 o'clock. I says, you have a long trip. He says, this is no laughing time. I says, if anything tickles me I always laugh, no matter how it is. Then they made me get down on my knees and told me to pray. I told them I was not a praying man, and didn't feel like it, and could not pray. Another put a pistol to my head and says, get down. I got down on one knee. I said, I can't pray. One of them said, let us shoot him. Some 6 or 7 of them pointed pistols at me, and I thought they were going to shoot. They said, commence praying, your time is short. I said, I can't pray. They let me stand on my knee some time. One said something to the rest, and they went off to the others. One spoke to the others in some kind of Dutch talk I could not understand it, and they all consulted together, and came back to me and said, old man, which would you rather have, 600 lashes over your shirt, or 500 lashes without your shirt, or be shot or hanged? Says I, gentlemen, I have no choice. If you are going to do either one will do me, do it now and make an end of me. But what have I done? You have done a deed, one says. I said, I don't know what it is. One, do not trouble anybody around me, and they all know me, and they can bring nothing against. I was always said to me a good boy by Dr. Vernon that raised me. He says, who says so but you? I says, anybody will say so. One of them says, he has got a good influence. Didn't you bribe anybody to go your way? Says I, no sir. How did you vote? I told him I voted for Mr. Turner. I did not say anybody else but Mr. Turner all the time. He said several times, who else? I never said anybody else but Mr. Turner. He say to me, have you given advice to vote your say? No sir, I will tell you what I have done. I was with the parties the same day of the election, and I said to them, won't you vote for Mr. Turner, and ain't you going to vote for Mr. Turner? But I could not make them do it. He says, you have had a good influence, we must correct you a little. I told him I did not think that was any harm at all. He say, we consider that it is. I thought they were not going to trouble me all this time. I still kept in good spirits and laughed occasionally. They all got together again and consulted, and one says, let's go. I was standing and one says, come, old man, come with us. I did not know what they were going to do with me. They went on with me 30 or 40 steps from the house where we were standing, close to the house. Right in the road, one says, jerk me a limb off that tree. One ran and jerked a limb off, a pretty heavy one, with 2 prongs to it. He says, pull off your shirt. What for? Says I. Pull off your shirt. He says, don't you ask me anything. I didn't pull it off. If you don't pull it off, says he, T will shoot you in a minute. I will shoot a hole through you big enough for a rat to go through. I just turned it over my head. I had on only my drawers and my shirt. Then they hit me such cuts. Then they hit me with 13 of the hardest cuts I ever got. I never had such cuts. They hit me right around the waist and by my hip, and cut a piece out about as wide as my 2 fingers in one place. I did not say a word while they were whipping, only sort of grunted a little. As quick as they got through they said, "Go to your bed," and they started away. One of them says, "Look here, what are you going to say when anybody asks you about this?" "What can I say, sir?" He says, "What are you going to say?" I says, "I will have to say something." "Are you going to tell them that we have been here?" I says, "What else can I say?" "Can't you tell a lie," says he, "and say nobody has been here?" Says I, "That would not be right." "Can't you do it?" I told him I could do it. He said, "Just let us hear of this thing, and when we come back we will not leave a piece of you." That was the end of it. They left then, and got on their horses and went away. Appendix D, Remarks of Judge Hugh Bond. Regarding Klan activity. There is abundant proof of the nature and character of the conspiracy. Evidence of nightly raids by bands of disguised men, who broke into the houses of Negroes and dragged them from their beds, parents and children, and, tying them to trees, unmercifully beating them, I exhibited in every case. Murder and rape are not infrequent accompaniments, the story of which is too indecent for public mention. The persons upon whom these atrocities are committed are almost always colored people. Whatever excuse is given for a raid, its conclusion was almost accompanied by a rebuke for the former exercise of the suffrage, and a warning as to the future exercise of the right to vote. But what is quite as appalling to the court as the horrible nature of these offenses is the utter absence on your part, and on the part of others who have made confession here, of any sense or feeling that you have done anything very wrong in your confessed participation in outrages, which are unexampled outside of the Indian Territory. Some of your comrades recite the circumstances of a brutal, unprovoked murder, done by themselves, with as little apparent abhorrence as they would relate the incidents of picnic, and you yourselves speak of the number of blows with a hickory, which you inflicted at midnight upon the lacerated, bleeding back of a defenseless woman, without so much as a blush or a sigh of regret. None of you seem to have the slightest idea of, or respect for, the sacredness of the human person. Some of you have yourselves been beaten by the clans without feeling a smart, but the physical pain. There appears to be no wounding of the spirit, not such sense of injury to yourself as a man as would be felt by the humblest of your fellow citizens in any other part of the United States with which I am acquainted. There the citizens upon whom such outrages were perpetrated, stung to madness by the insult to his manhood, would be swift to follow the wrongdoer to the end of the world to make him atone for it. You make excuse for this in your statement to the court that you are very ignorant, that the clans would have beaten you, and even killed you, had you refused to join them in their crimes. Some of you now particularly before me have actually suffered for your refusal, before you really united in membership with them. The court, in an endeavor to recognize some features of humanity in you, have considered these facts which you plead to excuse. You have grown up in a country where slavery existed for a long time, and where the whipping post was a standing institution. To see blacks flagellated was no unusual occurrence. The scene often viewed, with its novelty, lost its revolting effect. And when it came to be understood that the human person was not so sacred in the colored man as to secure immunity from outrage, it did not take it long to lose its sacred character in yourselves, and in all other men who, like the colored man, was obliged to labor. It must be from this cause that your indifference to wrongs among freemen would stir a fever in the blood, arises. And then you tell us that you differ from many other portions of the country in this, that it has always been obligatory upon you, and the class to which you belong to look to persons of wealth and education for command, and that you, in your ignorance, had to follow such persons implicitly. It will appear strange to your fellow countrymen who read your story, and that of your confederates, however willing they may be to believe you, that so large a portion of the young white men of your country can be in such a state of abject slavery to the men of property above them, as to be willing to commit murder at their command. In no case has there been any resistance to these midnight raiders except on the part of the colored people. You say some of you laid out in the woods night after night, and have hidden yourself in thickets to escape the marauders. None of you, however, have had the manliness to defend your firesides from the assaults of these lawless men. There has not been, on your part, so far as the evidence shows, an assault and battery committed in defense of family and home and all that freemen hold dear. Admitting all you have said to the court to be true, while the story of your condition and of your participation in these outrages through fear is painful enough, the facts do not excuse you. They may palliate, in some degree, your offense, but they cannot justify you. The punishment the court awards you is partly inflicted that you may learn that no amount of threats or fear of punishment will justify a man in unprovoked violence to another, unless the danger threatened to the wrongdoer be imminent or actually present at the time of his wrongdoing, and even then the danger must be of present great bodily harm, and of death itself, before some of the criminal conduct confessed would be justified. It does not excuse you for participating in this conspiracy and raiding upon inoffensive colored people, dragging them from their beds, beating some, and hanging others that you had notice if you did not join the Klan would visit you. You are bound to run the risk or seek means of protection rather than do violence to your neighbor. The law and your fellow citizens look to you to make this threat of violence difficult to execute by a manly resistance or an enforcement of the law. You had no right, when you could escape, to make the price of your security the violation of your neighbors. We had good food, plenty of warm homemade clothes and comfortable houses. The slave houses were called the quarters and the house where master lived was called the great house. Our house had 2 rooms each and master's house had 12 rooms. Both the slave and white folks' buildings were located in a large grove 1 mile square covered with oak and hickory nut trees. Master's house was exactly 1 mile from the main Louisburg Road and there was a wide avenue leading through the plantation and grove to master's house. The house fronted the avenue from the main road you traveled west. The plantation was very large and there were about 200 acres of cleared land that was farmed each year. A pond was located on the place and in the winter ice was gathered there for summer use and stored in an ice house which was built in the grove where the other buildings were. A large hole about 10 feet deep was dug in the ground, the ice was put in that hole and covered. A large frame building was built over it. At the top of the earth there was an entrance door and steps leading down to the bottom of the hole. Other things besides were stored there. There was a still on the plantation and barrels of brandy were stored in the ice house, also pickles, preserves and cider. Many of the things we used were made on the place. There was a grist mill, tannery, shoe shop, blacksmith shop, and looms for weaving cloth. There were about 162 slaves on the plantation and every Sunday morning all the children had to be bathed, dressed, and their hair combed and carried down to master's for breakfast. It was a rule that all the little colored children eat at the great house every Sunday morning in order that master and missus could watch them eat so they could know which ones were sickly and have them doctored. 219. 220 Appendix E. The slave children all carried a mussel shell in their hands to eat with. The food was put on large trays and the children all gathered around and ate, dipping up their food with their mussel shells which they used for spoons. Those who refused to eat or those who were ailing in any way had to come back to the great house for their meals and medicine until they were well. Master had a large apple orchard in the Tar River low grounds and up on higher ground and nearer the plantation house there was on one side of the road a large plum orchard and on the other side an orchard of peaches, cherries, quinces, and grapes. We picked the quinces in August and used them for preserving. Master and Mrs. believed in giving the slaves plenty of fruit, especially the children. Master had 3 children, 1 boy named Dallas, and 2 girls, Betty and Carrie. He would not allow slave children to call his children master and missus unless the slave said little master and little missus. He had 4 white overseers but they were not allowed to whip a slave. If there was any whipping to be done he always said he would do it. He didn't believe in whipping so when a slave got so bad he could not manage him, he sold him. Master didn't quarrel with anybody, missus would not speak short to a slave, but both Mrs. and Master taught slaves to be obedient in a nice quiet way. The slaves were taught to take their hats and bonnets off before going into the house, and bow, and say, "Good morning Master Sam and Mrs. Eveline." Some of the little Negroes would go down to the great house and ask them when it was going to rain, and when Master or Mrs. walked in the grove the little Negroes would follow along after them like a gang of kiddies. Some of the slave children wanted to stay with them at the great house all the time. They knew no better of course and seemed to love Master as much as their own mother and father. Master and Mrs. always used gentle means to get the children out of their way when they bothered them, and the way the children loved and trusted them was a beautiful sight to see. Paterolers were not allowed on the place unless they came peacefully, and I never knew of them whipping any slaves on Master's place. Slaves were carried off on 2 horse wagons to be sold. I have seen several bring back slaves. Once he brought back 2 boys and 3 girls from the slave market. Sunday was a great day on the plantation. Everybody got biscuits on Sundays. The slave women went down to Master's for their Sunday allowances of flour. All the children ate breakfast at the great house, and Master and Mrs. gave out fruit to all. The slaves looked forward to Sunday as they labored through the week. It was a great day. Slaves received good treatment from Master and all his family. We were allowed to have prayer meetings in our homes, and we also went to the white folks' church. They would not teach any of us to read and write. Books and papers were forbidden. Master's children and the slave children played together. I went around with the baby girl Carrie to other plantations visiting. She taught me how to talk low and how to act in company. My association with white folks and my training while I was a slave is why I talk like white folks. Betty Brody married a Dr. Webb from Boylan, Virginia. Carrie married a Mr. Green of Franklin County. He was a big Southern planter. Master and Mrs. then went into the house, got 2 large armchairs, put them on the porch facing the avenue, and sat down side by side and remained there watching. In about an hour there was one of the blackest clouds coming up the avenue from the main road. It was the Yankee soldiers. They finally filled the mile-long avenue reaching from Master's house to the main Lewisburg Road and spread out over the mile-square grove. The mounted men dismounted. The footmen stacked their shining guns and began to build fires and cook. They called the slaves, saying, "You are free." Slaves were whooping and laughing and acting like they were crazy. Yankee soldiers were shaking hands with the Negroes and calling them Sam, Dinah, Sarah, and asking them questions. They busted the door to the smokehouse and got all the hams. They went to the ice house and got several barrels of brandy, and had such a time. The Negroes and Yankees were cooking and eating together. The Yankees told them to come on and join them. They were free. Master and Mrs. sat on the porch and they were so humble no Yankee bothered anything in the great house. The slaves were awfully excited. The Yankees stayed there, cooked, ate, drank and played music until about night. Then a bugle began to blow and you never saw such getting on horses and lining up in your life. In a few minutes they began to march, leaving the grove which was soon as silent as a graveyard. They took Master's horses and cattle with them and joined the main army and camped just across Cypress Creek 1½ miles from my master's place on the Lewisburg Road. When they left the country, lot of the slaves went with them and soon there were none of Master's slaves left. They wandered around for a year from place to place, fed and working most of the time at some other slave owner's plantation and getting more homesick every day. The second year after the surrender our Master and Mrs. got on their carriage and went and looked up all the Negroes they heard of whoever belonged to them. Some who went off with the Yankees were never heard of again. When Master and Mrs. found any of theirs they would say, "Well, come on back home." My father and mother, 2 uncles, and their families moved back. Also Lorenzo Brody, and John Brody and their families moved back. Several of the young men and women who once belonged to him came back. Some were so glad to get back they cried, 'cause fare had been might bad part to the time they were rambling around and they were hungry. When they got back Master would say, "Well, you have come back home, have you?" And the Negroes would say, "Yes, Master." Most all spoke of them as Mrs. and Master as they did before the surrender, and getting back home was the greatest pleasure of all. We stayed with Master and Mrs. and went to their church, the Maple Springs Baptist Church, until they died. Since the surrender I married James Anderson. I had 4 children, 1 boy and 3 girls. Appendix F. The Lowry Bandits. On their second message to the same effect being received, I concluded to risk an interview, and learn the object they had in view. In a few days I was told, after consenting to meet them, if I would go unattended, through a swamp some 3 or 4 miles from camp, it was possible that they would meet me, and on the next day, without informing any but Colonel W. of my intention, I proceeded thither, unarmed except with a repeater, and unattended. T met them on that occasion, and had conversation of over an hour with the entire gang, which consisted of Henry Berry Lowry, Thomas Lowry, Stephen Lowry, Andrew Strong, and Boss Strong. When I first saw them they were sitting on a log awaiting my promised presence. They were all heavily armed. Henry Berry Lowry, the leader, with a Spencer rifle and a double-barreled gun, while within his belt were 5 repeaters. The balance of the gang had each 2 double guns and from 3 to 5 repeaters. All of them I believe also carried a Bowie knife. I am told that this is the usual complement of arms which they generally carry. They were exceedingly respectful to me during the interview, and stated that their object in wishing a conference was to know if it was possible for me to grant them some terms. They expressed themselves as sick and tired of their manner of life, and longed to be free from their present peril and uncertainty, and stated that if they were allowed, T would depart the territory of the United States. After hearing all the rest of the story we are almost surprised to be told that this proposal was not at once agreed to. Gen. Gorman, however, informed his interlocutors that the matter was not to be thought of. He added that if they would surrender they should. 222. The Lowry Bandits. 223. Not be molested, except by due course of law, that he would guarantee them a fair trial by jury, and that the best of legal talent should be employed in their defense. Further than this he really could not go. The brigands listened with much courtesy, and warming into the geniality that comes of social intercourse, assured the general that they would refrain from ambushing or bushwhacking any of the troops under his command, unless indeed, they should be cornered, in which event it was their intention to die game. This said, they withdrew obligingly, refraining from cutting the general's throat as a preliminary to their departure, which, as he was quite alone, they might readily have done, and which would certainly have been altogether in keeping with their ordinary taste and custom. They live, as a general thing, by tending boxes, cutting the timber for rafts in winter, and doing odds jobs for the more thrifty farmers who live a few miles from them. There are exceptions to this general rule, when they have good farms of 100 or more acres, well cultivated, and where the honesty, sobriety and good behavior of the owners are above reproach. Prominent among such are Patrick, Calvin, and St. Clair Lowry, brothers to 3 of the outlaws, and several others. In the section to which I allude there are perhaps 200 families who compose the main part of a class of people to which the outlaws belong. Being mixed breeds between the white man, black and Indian, many retain in a remarkable degree the Indian characteristics in their color and form, and are said to possess all the natural shrewdness belong to the Indian. They live generally from hand to mouth, in a state of much poverty, in log houses, with slab roofs, with little or none of the comforts of civilized life. The locality derived its name long before the war, I suppose from the divers scuffles which occurred amongst them, they bearing the name of being quite belligerent in character as well as the scuffle it evidently took for them to procure an honest living off their 2 acres cultivated potatoes. Only some 3 or 4 white farmers continue to live on their farms among them, and these are constantly preyed upon by the outlaws for provisions which they give without much demand and barely a whisper. Having been fleeced of their property and living in a constant state of dread and uncertainty, not knowing what time of the day or night they may be visited by the outlaws, it is alleged by both the outlaws and those who have previously hunted them that they are an object of suspicion. Some 2 or 3 white men have married mulatto women, and live on places in the neighborhood with their wives, and are assisting in the further mixture of the race. The whole race is more or less connected by blood, and some 5 or 6 family names constitute the majority of the inhabitants, the Lowries, the Oxendines, and Chavises being the largest in number. It is asserted, and my experience rather goes to prove the assertion, that nearly this entire community are in active sympathy with the outlaws, many doubtless through fear, others from prejudice, and the balance from ties of fraternity and blood. All without exception lend no aid whatever in the capture of the gang, and never report their hiding places or whereabouts, and will not even mention the fact when they see them, until sufficient time has elapsed to place the outlaws beyond the reach of pursuit. However, it is positively affirmed that any movement made by officers of the law and others to capture the banditti, is speedily telegraphed by signals known only to the initiated, and by divers other means, whereby they are enabled to elude pursuit. From this cause is attributed the invariable failure of the parties to surprise the gang, or any time to catch them unawares. Besides this, the entire people, living as they do upon the edges of the swamps and bays, which in winter are almost islands surrounded by water, have numerous paths and short cuts from house to house, which they almost invariably follow instead of the road, and they are by this means enabled to communicate with the outlaws much sooner than parties who go the ordinary roads to reach any place at which they may suppose them to be. These trails and paths ramify the swamps and pine fields, bewildering to the unacquainted, and many of them are scarcely distinguishable to the uninitiated. During my stay of 5 weeks in that section, I think I visited alone or with a detachment of men, nearly every house in the outlaws' domain, and took especial pains to inform myself as to the feelings and expressed opinions of the people. There was nothing sullen in their behavior to me or to the troops. They were free in speech, and without exception expressed a wish for the troubles of the locality to end, but almost invariably refused to lend any assistance toward the capture of the outlaws, even for pay or reward. Nearly all complained of the harsh treatment they had in times past received from parties who ostensibly hunting the banditti, and they repudiated any alliance or fraternity of feeling between themselves and the gang. Their protestations in the majority of cases, however, I believed to be deceitful and without a particle of sincerity, as their sympathies would naturally crop out occasionally in their conversation. As I could not obtain volunteers, I was determined to call out a portion of the militia, and made an appeal to them to promptly come forward and cooperate with me, and for this purpose made a requisition upon the colonels of the 58th and 59th regiments. But the call was but feebly responded to. The people had been called upon so often, so many fruitless attempts had been made, that they had no faith in any such measures, and all were averse to moving. The militia law is so defective that my authority to force them out was doubted, and I did not attempt it seriously. I however received about 90 unwilling recruits from 2 regiments, the larger majority of whom reported to camp without arms, ammunition, or blankets, and had to be fed from the meager stores which the commissioners had furnished me for the volunteers.